Chapter 1524. A gentle breeze blew across the scene, dispersing the smoke and dust buried in a corner, revealing Badget inside. Standing in the middle of a crater, Bajit, Hinajaku, and Mikoto looked at each other with the same solemn and dignified expression. Bajit? Fruka. Mark remits, level 77, the system's perception flashed in his eyes, sending Bajit's information back to Hinajaku and Mikoto, making the two girls even more dignified. Level 77. In terms of level, Bajit is already above Chuju and Mikoto. Of course, if Hinajaku and Mikoto were to take off their bracelets, then even 10 bargerts wouldn't be enough to stop them. Alas, for the sake of completing the second phase of the demigod path, the two girls wouldn't take off their limited-use bracelets unless it was a matter of life and death. Or rather, even if it was a matter of life and death, the two girls wouldn't take off their limited-use bracelets. But if they fight one-on-one, even if they have a chance of winning, it'll take a lot of time and risk. Let's go together. Without hesitation, Hinajaku lowered her voice and spoke to Mikoto. Let's finish this quickly. Mikoto hesitated for a bit but nodded in agreement. Of course, Mikoto was very competitive, even more so than Hinajaku. However, this desire to be strong did not mean that it did not depend on the situation. If that was the case, it would not be a desire to be strong. She'll do whatever she wants. I only have one question. Bajit said in a low voice. You two have something to do with rank cards, right? Chuju and Mikoto were silent. No words. I understand. Bajit closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then I won't hold back. After roaring in a low voice, Badget's gloves burst out with surging cyan light from the rows of rune sequences. Bajit's hands were dyed green. Bang! She stomped her foot on the ground. Suddenly, cracks spread out from under her feet, causing the ground to shake as if it was about to collapse. On the other hand, Bajit used the force of the ejection to shoot towards Hinajaku and Mikoto like a bullet. Come on. At the same time, Barzit shouted in a low voice. Mikoto also opened her hand. Suddenly, in front of Mikoto, a wave of pitch-black iron sand gushed out from the ground and condensed into a dozen or so spikes as thick as a human thigh. The spikes even had a spiral shape at the tip. It looked like a real bullet, making it look even more lethal. Mikoto waved her hand, and a dozen spikes shot out without any pattern, like water droplets that were randomly sprinkled on the ground. The spikes covered the space in front of Bajit where she could dodge. As the pitch-black iron sand spikes shot out, Hinajaku's figure also turned into a stream of light and flashed into the air. Her crystal sword was mixed with a sonic boom and a sharp sword aura. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it fiercely stabbed towards Bajit. There were pitch-black iron sand spikes in front of her and sword light flashing above, but Badget didn't hesitate at all. She maintained her charging posture and stomped down with one foot. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ground under Badget's feet collapsed and a huge stone wall sprang up. Bang 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 bang! In an instant, the black iron sand spikes mercilessly landed on the stone wall, riddling it with holes. Not long after, the stone wall exploded into rubble that filled the sky. In mid-air, Hinajaku swooped down like an arrow and appeared above Badget's head like lightning. White cherry in her hand trembled and spun fiercely. With a whistling sound, it heavily pierced Badget's shoulder. Clang! Hinajaku's expression changed slightly when she thrust her sword out. This was because she felt as if she had stabbed steel instead of a human body. Bajit grabbed Hinajaku's white cherry with her glove that was emitting a green light, and tightly grabbed the white cherry that was thrusting towards her. Empty-handed? Hinajaku's face was filled with astonishment. It's not good to be distracted in battle. Bajit raised her other hand. Chuju was stunned. Ha! However, before Bajit could attack, a delicate shout echoed. Behind Bajit, a dense wave of iron sand surged and formed a pitch-black barrier that was 7 to 8 meters tall. Moreover, on the surface of the barrier, spikes that were several meters long protruded and densely covered the barrier. One could imagine that if he were to collide head-on with it, the outcome would not be too pleasant. But it was this black iron sand barrier that made one's scalp numb that crashed into Bajit like a bulldozer. Humph. Feeling the strong wind brought by the black sharp wall crashing from behind, Bajit snorted with slight anger. She turned sideways, grabbed White Cherry with one hand, and smashed the other side with her other hand. The cyan light in Bajit's hand soared, and the overwhelming cyan light strangely began to entangle with each other. It looked like countless vines were entangled into a huge fist wrapped in cyan light. Of course, it wasn't a real fist but a shadow. Accompanied by the sharp sound of wind breaking, Bajit fiercely punched the incoming pitch-black sharp wall with a huge fist shadow. Crack! Along with this crisp sound, Bajit's fist smashed into the thick spikes. Wherever her fist passed, it was like a bolt of blue lightning, and all the pitch-black spikes along the way suddenly collapsed. Boom! Then, with a loud explosion, the pitch-black sharp wall was directly shattered by Bajit's punch. No way. Hearing the explosion and the debris of the iron spikes on the ground, Chuju, who was confronting Bajit's hand, trembled a few times. Mikoto was speechless. What a terrifying power, but in the time it took for her to exclaim in surprise, Barzit's body turned around like lightning. At the same time, she clenched her fist, raised it up, and pushed it forward. Suddenly, her cyan fist smashed towards Hinajaku. The cyan fist carried a strong gust of wind, landing on Hinajaku's body. Personally feeling the intense pressure, Hinajaku's pretty face slightly changed. With Chuju's physique, if she was hit by such a terrifying fist, the consequences would be no less than being punched by a berserker. By then, even if she didn't die, she would lose half of her life. Hinajaku's right hand, which was holding White Cherry, suddenly twisted and flicked Bajit's hand away from the sword. Aiming at the incoming green fist, Hinajaku gritted her teeth. White Cherry in her hand was like a snake coming out of its lair. With a glaring arc, it stabbed forward. Whoosh! Just as the dazzling sword tip and the cyan fist were about to collide, a wave of black iron sand suddenly rose from below the two. With a whistling sound, it quickly wrapped around the wrist of Bajit's fist like a rope, and then tightly restrained it. What? This time, it was Bajit's turn to change her expression. Chance. A sharp light flashed in Hinajaku's eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she also rushed forward. Her toes tapped on the ground, and with a slight movement, she avoided Bajit's fist with her sword. Then, she stabbed at Bajit's shoulder. Don't even think about it. Bajit's expression turned ruthless. She raised her other fist, which was also covered in a dazzling cyan light. Bajit didn't care about the sword that was aimed at her shoulder. Instead, she raised her fist and punched Chuju's abdomen. The distance between the two of them was less than a meter, and the speed at which the two of them attacked was shockingly fast. Once this attack was launched, neither side could dodge it, nor could they retract it. Chuju's White Cherry accurately pierced Bajit's shoulder. Poochie! With a tearing sound, dark red blood floated up. Bajit's shoulder was pierced, and blood dripped down. Ha! But Bajit didn't stop at all. With a shout, her fist that was emitting a blue light flashed through the air like a lightning bolt. She mercilessly punched Hinajaku's abdomen under Mikoto's shocked cry. Boom! Ugh! Hinajaku cried out in pain, her slender body was sent flying away. With a muffled sound, she slammed into a tree trunk. Chapter 1525. Bam! Ugh! With a muffled groan, Daisy smashed into the trunk of a tree that was twice as wide as her body, causing the trunk to crack like a spider web as if it was chopped by a heavy axe. Chuju! Not far away, Mikoto was shocked and quickly ran to Hinajaku's side. She supported Hinajaku, who had a pained expression. Even though she knew now wasn't the time, Mikoto couldn't help but panic. Bajit's punch is no joke. That was a punch that could even shatter the ground and shatter iron sand walls. In terms of power alone, this level of strength was no less than that of a berserker. Being hit by such a punch, losing one's life isn't surprising at all. The worst-case scenario would be a serious injury. Don't think it's nothing that Chuju and Mikoto were fine after taking so many punches from berserkers. That's only because they had the protection of the moving church. Against the immobile church, with the title of ultimate defensive barrier, even a berserker's attack could only be completely blocked, unable to inflict any damage to Hinajaku and Mikoto. But now, the two girls don't have the moving church on them. With Hinajaku's constitution, she was punched by Bajit, who had the strength of a berserker. That's a real danger. I'm fine. However, after being hit by such a punch, Hinajaku only showed a hint of pain and stood up. This made Bajit, who was watching from afar, stunned. Hinajaku touched her abdomen and pulled up her clothes, revealing her inner skin. It was only then that Bajit saw, on the skin of Hinajaku's abdomen, there was a palm-sized, intricate and complicated magic formation engraved on it. It rotated. It slowly disappeared into Chuju's body. That's... Bajit narrowed her eyes. A defensive spell formation? Yeah. Hinajaku touched her once again smooth skin and bitterly smiled. He's protecting me again. In this world, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's levels are suppressed. They can't use their full strength. They can't guarantee that they won't be in danger. Therefore, Wu Yan then engraved a spell formation on Hinajaku and Mikoto that can protect the target to a certain extent and resist damage. It's because of this defensive spell formation that Chuju was able to withstand the berserker's punch. As if nothing had happened, he stood up steadily. Of course, the defensive spell formation's effect is limited. It can only block a limited amount of damage. That's why Chuju's face still showed a trace of pain. Obviously, even though Bajit's attack was mostly blocked, a part of it still penetrated the defensive spell formation and caused pain to Hinajaku. It's clear how terrifying Bajit's power is. It's not just for show that she's comparable to a berserker. Wu Yan originally wanted to give Chuju and Mikoto the real moving church. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about their safety. After all, unlike the incomplete version of the mobile church, the real mobile church was able to generate magic energy on its own and maintain the effect of the mobile church forever. It was considered the most perfect defense. Unfortunately, the ritual required to cast the real moving church is too complicated to be completed in a short time. Even if it's not as complicated as the Holy Grail War ritual, it's not that far off. Also, some of the items needed for the ritual can't be found. Wu Yan had no choice but to give up and choose this inferior defensive spell formation. Of course, even if it's not the best defense, it's not ordinary since it can absorb 90% of the damage from Bajit's attack. I see. Bajit looked at Chuju, who's panting after getting hit by her punch. It seems like this battle is more troublesome than I thought. I'll return the same words back to you. Hinajaku first glanced at Bajit's shoulder that was pierced by her sword and then looked at Bajit, who didn't change her expression and smiled stiffly. After all, you're different from me. You didn't have a defensive spell formation but you weren't affected at all. This kind of injury is nothing. Bajit tore the sleeve of her suit and wrapped it around her shoulder. Her expression didn't change at all. Seeing this, Hinajaku and Mikoto felt that this was going to be troublesome. A strong opponent isn't scary. The scary ones are strong opponents who don't care about their own lives. Just like before, Bajit exchanged blows with Chuju with her life on the line. If it wasn't for that, Chuju wouldn't have been hit by a single punch from Mikoto and Chuju. This kind of opponent is the most troublesome opponent. But Bajit's goal is a rank card. And from the looks of it, Bajit doesn't mind doing anything to get a rank card. If that's the case, let's go. Blue and white electric currents surged out from Mikoto's body. In an instant, the entire area was transformed into an area of lightning. It was as if one was in a thundercloud. The entire area was filled with electric current. It seemed that even the weather was affected. Dark clouds began to appear in the sky, and after a while, the wind began to howl, rolling the clouds in the sky into a whirlpool and suddenly rotating. As the wind howled, streaks of blue and white electric currents intertwined with the surrounding wind like lightning. They rotated together with the dark clouds in the sky. In an instant, a tornado covered in blue and white electric currents appeared in the sky. Humph. Bajit snorted when she saw Mikoto create such a powerful lightning storm. Her expression became serious and she clenched her fist. Blue light shined brightly on her fist. Let's see if your fist can break this one. Leaving such a sentence, Mikoto smiled. Then, with a sharp sound, a huge lightning storm swept towards Bajit. The momentum is not bad. Looking at the lightning storm that was rolling towards her, Bajit waved her hand. Runes jumped up from her glove and rotated. Finally, they formed a pattern on the back of her hand. But it's useless against me. The rune pattern on her hand flashed with dazzling green light. She threw a punch with a terrifying force that almost made the space tremble. Like a green light, she fiercely punched at the oncoming lightning storm. At the moment of collision, the space where the two collided seemed to shake, and time seemed to stop for 2 to 3 seconds. Then, boom, the fist that turned into a cyan light collided with the storm covered with thunder and lightning. It only lasted for a moment before it exploded in the courtyard of Eiderfeldt's house. The deafening explosion could be faintly heard even in the nearby areas of Fuyuki City. At the moment of the explosion, a shockwave spread out from the point of explosion, pushing Mikoto and Bajit back at the same time. Are you kidding me? Mikoto couldn't believe her eyes. Bajit's face was covered in sweat but she wasn't injured at all. You blocked it with just your fist? Is she still human? Yes, because I'm not like you. Bajit raised her fist. Her eyes flashed coldly. I don't have high-level swordsmanship or magic. I only have one way of fighting. Before she finished her sentence, Bajit's body shot out and appeared in front of Mikoto in a blink of an eye. It's just a fist. As soon as she finished speaking, Bajit's glowing green fist shot out like a cannonball. Withstanding the pressure of the atmosphere, with a sonic boom, she mercilessly aimed for Mikoto's chin from below. Chapter 1526. Whoosh, the piercing sound shook the atmosphere, as if it wanted to pierce through one's eardrums. The sharp sound resounded in the courtyard. Her brown eyes turned into a green light as the incoming fist continued to grow in size, causing Mikoto's beautiful pupils to shrink as she clenched her teeth. I won't let you hit me so easily. Blue-white electric light flashed amidst the chaotic sound of thunder. Pillars made of iron sand shot out from the ground and formed a wall, blocking Mikoto's body behind it. Strands of electric current flickered on the iron sand pillars, making the iron sand pillars look like pitch-black electric poles that had been electrified. If someone really touched it with their bare hands, it would definitely be no less than being directly struck by lightning. However, Bajit's face was still cold. She flashed in front of the iron sand pillars that were flowing with blue and white electric currents. She clenched her fists that were covered in blue light and smashed them like cannonballs. Bang! The cyan fist heavily smashed on the iron sand pillars with blue-white electric current flowing on them. In an instant, the electric current on the pillars crawled up Bajit's body along her fist like a tarsal bone. Beep beep beep, blue-white electric current crazily attacked Bajit's body, causing smoke to rise from her body. Her eyes flashed with pain. But it only lasted for a moment. Ha! She ignored the electric current that was still wreaking havoc on her body. Bajit's expression became extremely vicious. She growled, and her green fist seemed to contain blazing heat. Instantly, a hole appeared in the iron sand pillar that was blocking her. Wah! Mikoto didn't even have the time to be shocked when a green glowing fist shot out from the other side of the iron sand pillar. It pierced through the iron sand pillar in a matter of seconds. She hit Mikoto's chest. The sharp pain from her chest made Mikoto's face twitch slightly. Immediately after, a ruthless expression appeared on his face. He grabbed Bajit's fist that was about to hit his chest and pulled back his body that was about to fly out. He stabilized himself on the spot. Don't look down on me. Beep beep beep, then. A more violent electric current flowed along Bajit's arm. It crazily attacked Bajit's body. Ah! Even Bajit. She couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Even if Bajit wasn't afraid of death, no matter how crazy she was. Unlike Hinagiku and Mikoto, she didn't have any defensive spell formations on her body that could block any damage. Therefore, even if her body was resistant, she still had to endure the pain. And this made Bajit a little angry. You bastard. Resisting the electric current, Bajit was just about to raise her other hand to smash the iron pillar in front of her and give Mikoto a head-on attack when Mikoto was stopped. Slap, however, as soon as she raised her fist, her hand was held tightly by someone. This time, Bajit seemed to remember something and her face changed. Don't forget. Chuju tightly grasped Bajit's other wrist. A strange ripple appeared on her body and blocked the electric current flowing from Bajit's body. With the defensive formation on her body, Chuju ignored the relentless electric current. She held Bajit's wrist with one hand and White Cherry with the other and raised it above her head. Your opponent isn't just one person. Hinagiku smiled confidently under Bajit's gaze and swung White Cherry mercilessly at Bajit's back. Poochie, along with a clear tearing sound, dark red blood splashed out from Bajit's back and splattered on the ground. A huge wound stretched from Bajit's shoulder to her ribs, opening up ferociously. Ugh! The sharp pain from her back made Bajit's mind go blank for a moment. Her pupils also dilated. When she regained her senses, she shouted angrily. Ha! At the same time, Bajit's fists that were grabbed by Hinagiku and Mikoto flashed with blue light, causing the two girls to lose their vision and subconsciously close their eyes. Then, Chuju and Mikoto felt it at the same time. A fist, carrying the force of 1,000 caddies, suddenly swung back and viciously smashed into their bodies. Boom! Bam! Almost at the same time, the two girls' bodies seemed to have been hit by an iron ball. Like hitting a rubber ball, they were smashed and sent flying. The huge force caused Hinagiku and Mikoto's eyes to widen slightly. Their minds also went blank for a moment. It wasn't until the pain came that they regained their senses and stabilized their stumbling bodies. Clutching their chests, their faces were slightly pale. Bajit's hands were hanging by her side as she struggled to stand. The skin on her back was lacerated, and blood was dripping from it. A burnt smell came from her body, and smoke rose from all over her body and filled the air. The three girls stood in a straight line. Hinagiku was on the left, Mikoto was on the right, and Bajit was in the middle. Their faces showed signs of pain, and they were panting heavily. Their steps were unstable, and they looked like they were having a hard time standing. However, on the surface, Chuju and Mikoto's situation was undoubtedly better than Bajit's. Although there was no way to completely block Bajit's attack, it only caused some pain to the two girls. Their bodies were slightly impacted, but they didn't suffer any serious injuries. On the other hand, Bajit was different. Not only did she suffer from Mikoto's electric shock at close range, but Chuju's sword also slashed her back. Her shoulder was also pierced, and her body was dripping with blood. But this was the result of Chuju and Mikoto's teamwork. Now, Chuju and Mikoto finally understood. In a situation where their levels were limited, they would definitely lose if they were to fight this berserker-like combat expert one-on-one. But under their teamwork, the two of them were able to heavily injure Bajit. Of course, this didn't make Chuju and Mikoto happy at all. After all, if they didn't have the protective spell formations on their bodies, they wouldn't be in a better state than Bajie after taking 2 or 3 punches from Bajie's terrifying power. In terms of level, Bajit was only 1 or 2 levels higher than Hinagiku and Mikoto. The gap wasn't that big. However, Bajit's fighting style was no different from a berserker's, and Chuju and Mikoto couldn't hold a candle to her. Life for life. Against this type of fighting style, it's already a miracle that Bajit didn't injure them in exchange for their lives. Cough, cough, cough. She coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. She raised her head and glanced at Hinagiku and Mikoto with cold eyes. I didn't expect you two to be so strong at such a young age. You actually forced me to this point. Let me give you some praise. Ah. Mikoto breathed heavily as she forced out a smile. You speak as if you're sure to win. In this situation, anyone can see who has the upper hand. Hinajaku was also panting heavily, but she still raised her sword and pointed it at Badget. We only suffered some injuries, and after some rest, we won't be affected. You, on the other hand, are heavily injured and your combat effectiveness has decreased. The victor has already been decided. Heavily injured? Combat effectiveness decreased? The victor has already been decided? Bajit coldly stared at Chuju and Mikoto. Are you two talking in your sleep? After that, Bajit tore apart the tattered, smoking suit jacket and threw it away. His back, which was bent because of the serious injury, straightened up again, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, Bajit's face regained its color, and the pain disappeared. She walked forward steadily as if she wasn't injured at all. You. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. I just blocked my sense of pain, no need to be so surprised. Bajit clenched her fists and raised her cold face. For me, this level of injury is nothing, let alone a serious injury. Even if I'm heavily injured and near death, I can still fight at full strength. Even if I'm dead, I can still fight. Looking at Bargat's matter-of-fact tone, Hinajaku and Mikoto both felt a chill in their hearts. What kind of monster is this person? Chapter 1527. Indeed, Badget is a madwoman born to fight. As the enforcer of the Magic Association's seal, Badget has turned herself into a true berserker in order to deal with the magicians who are powerful enough to evade the Magic Association's pursuit. The gloves, which were full of strengthening runes, strengthened her strength, speed, and hardness, gave Badget a terrifying strength that others couldn't reach. It turned her fists into the most terrifying weapons. Her combat skills, which had been developed to the limit, allowed her to possess astonishing combat strength that was comparable to a heroic spirit. She could even kill heroic spirits with her bare hands. Her body could withstand any damage from any attack, and her body could even block out the sense of pain. This allowed her to maintain her combat strength under any circumstances, and she would never be defeated. All of these factors were put together to make Bajit fight. It could only be said that this was an existence that was completely born for battle. That's why even if she's only 1 or 2 levels higher than Chuju and Mikoto, even if she's in a disadvantageous situation, even if her opponents are strong and they're teaming up, as long as she doesn't kill them, she can keep fighting. And no matter what, she's going all out. Her combat power won't be affected. It's not an exaggeration for Chuju and Mikoto to think that Badget is a monster. Tightly clenching her fist, Badget glanced at her back that was cut by Hinajaku's sword, then expressionlessly shifted her gaze to Mikoto. It's all thanks to your electric shock that the wound was burnt. But it stopped my bleeding. Really? Mikoto showed a forced smile as a drop of sweat slid down her cheek. Even without my electric shock, you can block out pain. You must have a way to stop the bleeding, right? Yes, that's right. Badget tore off the pieces of her suit jacket. It's just stopping the bleeding, I just need to control my muscles and nerves. Are you really human? Chuju couldn't help but bitterly smile. Do you only live to fight? Yes, yes. Bajit looked calm and nodded without any hesitation. My life is only for fighting. That's what she said. She lifted her feet and moved towards Hinajaku and Mikoto. Almost reflexively, Hinajaku and Mikoto both took a step back when Bajit stepped forward. What should we do now? Hinajaku gripped White Cherry tightly. She stared at the approaching Badget and asked Mikoto. Based on the situation, no matter how many times we knock her down, she'll still stand up and her combat power won't be affected. There's no way we can defeat her, the worst part is. Mikoto bit her lips. She can maintain her combat power but we can't. When the other party exhausts all of our strength, we will have no choice but to admit defeat. This. Chuju showed a bitter expression. How are we supposed to fight like this? We can't defeat her. It's impossible to beat her down. No matter how many times you beat her down, she can still stand up. Mikoto clenched her fists and stared at Badget with an ugly expression. Unless we use our ultimate move to kill her. We have to kill her. Kill her? Hinajiku's breath caught in her throat and her face turned ugly. Should we kill her? Mikoto was silent, her eyes showed signs of struggle. Kill her. For these two kind girls, it's a very difficult thing to do. Even if she's been trying to kill them from the start, it's still the same. But how can they win without killing her? She's a battle maniac who can stand up no matter how many times she's knocked down. There's no way to kill her. There's no way to win. Really? Mikoto's face showed helplessness. Not only is he as strong as a berserker, but he's also as difficult to deal with as a berserker. Resistance is meaningless. Seeing Hinajiku and Mikoto staring at her while retreating, Bajit said indifferently. My goal is only the rank card. Give me the information about the rank card, or give me the rank card directly. Then, I won't engage in meaningless battles. Bajit, who only lives for battle, said something like, won't engage in meaningless battles. This also proves that Hinajiku and Mikoto aren't easy targets for Bajit to deal with. Therefore, it was necessary to negotiate. It's a pity. Hinajiku took a deep breath, her eyes flashed with determination. But the rank card is necessary for us. Is that so? Bajit was silent for a moment before nodding. Then there's no other way, yeah. Mikoto's eyes flashed with determination. Indeed, there's no other way. Mikoto fished out a coin from her pocket. Don't blame me if you die, you can only blame yourself for being too hard to deal with. Mikoto clenched the coin in her hand. Lightning flashed from her body, and blue and white lightning bolts shot up to the sky. The lightning bolts jumped from her body and gathered on the coin in her hand. Looking at Mikoto, who looked like the incarnation of the god of thunder, whose entire body was covered with lightning that was incomparable to the previous one, Bajit's footsteps stopped on the spot and a light flashed in her eyes. Such pressure, it's not a normal attack. It's a killing move that can kill you in one hit. Realizing this, Bajit wasn't afraid at all. Instead, her sharp eyes lit up. This is the real battle. The outcome has been decided. With these words, Bajit raised her fist, and there were traces of lightning flashing on it. At the same time, in the living room of the Eiderfelt residence, the cylinder that Bajit had thrown to the ground suddenly trembled and the cover on top of it was lifted off. Soon after, a stone ball the size of a lead ball with a metallic luster was ejected from the barrel and flew outside. In the hall, Rin Enbin and Luvia were discussing something in the corridor above the stairs. When they saw this scene, their faces immediately turned pale. Could it be? Luvia exclaimed. Bajit used that? Idiot. Idiot. Rin and Osaka jumped into the hall and rushed outside. Didn't I tell you not to use your ultimate skills or noble artifacts? Chuju didn't know about this, Bajit didn't know about it, and Mikoto didn't even know about it. Beep 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 beep. Frenzied electronic sounds reverberated in the surroundings, a blue and white light filled the entire area. Flashes of electricity flashed in every corner like lightning, causing Hinajiku to involuntarily back away until she retreated to a safe distance before stopping. Facing this extremely shocking scene, Bajit's face was still tense. She raised her fist slightly again, and a stone ball the size of a lead ball suddenly shot out from Edfeldt's mansion and stuck to Bajit's raised fist. As Bajit's fist connected with Mikoto's, the stone orb began to flash with electricity just like Mikoto, and a strange air current rose from the stone orb. It's here first, dazzling flashes of light burst out of the stone ball, illuminating the area like a rainbow. A ring with runes engraved on its back shot out and landed on top of the stone ball. It spun and the runes inside started flashing as well. Then, an extremely small and precise magic array rippled out between Bajit's fist and the stone ball. Like the base of the stone ball, it surged with ripples of magic power. Under the influence of the mana ripples, spikes protruded from the top of the stone ball, passing through the ring suspended above the stone ball and condensing into the blade of a dagger. Mikoto had a bad premonition as she looked at the stone orb floating above Bajit's fist with a dagger blade and a ring around it. But now isn't the time to stop, go. Mikoto raised the coin that had already turned into a white dot and flicked it out. Railgun. An orange beam of light shot out from Mikoto's hand and pierced through the air towards Bijit, Rin and Osaka, who had just run out of the mansion, narrowed his eyes to the size of a needle. His sharp voice rang out. Stop. Chapter 1528. Stop. The sharp screams echoed throughout the Eiderfeld manor and into the ears of the three young ladies present. But the railgun has already been fired, how can it stop? Rin Enben could only watch as the meteor-like orange beam flashed through the Eiderfeld manor's courtyard and arrived in front of Badget with a power that shook the very fabric of space itself. Facing the super railgun that was getting closer and closer, Bijit had no fear in her eyes. She lifted one of her feet and stomped forward instead of retreating. The stone orb hovering above Badget's fist trembled. The small magic array supporting the stone orb also shook. The ring engraved with runes slid down and wrapped around Badget's fist. Then, as if supporting Bijit, the circle shrunk and Bijit's fist shortened the distance between her fist and the magic formation until they collided. Slash of War God. With a deep growl, Badget aimed at the railgun that was shooting at him. Or rather, he aimed at Mikoto, who was standing behind the railgun. She was still in a shooting position with electric current jumping around her body. Badget held the stone ball on his fist and thrust the short sword forward. Flag-a-lack. In that instant, the entire world froze. It was as if the world had stopped moving. The circle carved with runes on the back of the stone ball above Bijit's fist slid down to the tip of the short sword like an escort. Together with the short sword, they turned into a beam of light and shot towards the railgun. However, when the short sword shot out and collided with the railgun, it did not collide directly with the railgun after it turned into a beam of light. It was as dazzling as a meteor. The war god's sword, known as Flag-a-lack, directly pierced through the railgun. Without any explanation, it pierced through space and time and landed on Mikoto's body. In that instant, the entire world froze. It was as if time was frozen. A storm swept across the land. The super railgun that was shot out froze in the air. Along with it, it froze in space. And Mikoto's pretty face. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Or perhaps thousands of seconds and minutes would pass by. Only then did the frozen space recover and return to normal operation. However, it froze in space. The railgun that was shot at Bijit disappeared into thin air without anyone noticing. The electricity on Mikoto's body also disappeared. Her pupils were dilated and she stood there like a doll. Dong! Only the sound of the stone ball hovering above Badget's fist heavily hitting the ground could be heard echoing in the whole world. However, the stone ball that was initially shining with a metallic luster was now like a pearl that had lost its luster. Smoke was emitting from its surface and it was charred black like rust. It was like a piece of scrap metal. What's wrong? Not far away, Hinajiku was at a loss. Rin Enben's knees went soft, and she couldn't help but fall to the ground, her face pale. It's over, phew. Bijit exhaled. She didn't look at Mikoto anymore as if there was no need to. She turned her attention to Chuju. First, I'll take care of one. However, a mocking voice echoed the moment Bijit's voice faded away. Tell me, which one did you take care of? Bijit's expression changed. She turned her head to look at Mikoto. The first thing that entered Bijit's eyes was a white flame. Looking at the white flame, Hinajiku and Rin Enben were stunned for a moment before their faces lit up with joy. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, a white flame slowly rose from Mikoto's body and covered her whole body. Not long after, a figure quietly emerged from the white flame. His black hair swayed in the wind, and his coat, which was as dark as the night, fluttered, creating ripples in the wind. His wine-red eyes were exceptionally dazzling in the white flames, like red stars, embellished in the midst of it. One hand holding Mikoto, the other hand in front of him. The person appeared from thin air with a ball of flame burning on his body. At this moment, Mikoto's eyes, which had been unfocused for a long time, finally regained focus. As if she had just woken up, she raised her head and looked at the face of the person who was hugging her. She exclaimed in surprise. Yen? Yen, Yen. Hinajaku also shouted. They're finally here. Rin and Osaka's pale face turned red again. He sat on the ground paralyzed, unable to get up. That was close. That was close. What happened? Bijit's expression changed as she looked at Mikoto, who was in perfect condition with a hint of joy on her face. Flagelak has lost its effect? Wu Yan retracted the white flames around him and he stared at Badget with a cold glint in his eyes. Even though he didn't know what happened, but from the way Rin Enben was slumped on the ground and the warning from Mikoto, if he didn't appear in time, Mikoto would have been in danger, wouldn't she? This person almost killed Mikoto just now. A cold light flashed in his wine-red eyes. At the same time, he was filled with rage and violence. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes spun and turned into a bright gold color. Yen. Mikoto, who was in Wu Yan's arms, and Chuju, who came to Wu Yan's side, saw what happened. They didn't say anything after that. The two girls understood why Wu Yan, who didn't reveal his true color along with his emotions for a long time, would act like this. There's no need to say anything else. What is that? On the other side, Rin Enben, who didn't know Wu Yan's true identity, was stunned when he saw Wu Yan's eyes turn into a bright gold color. You. Bijit felt a chill from the bottom of her heart. Her body trembled and she instinctively jumped away from Wu Yan. For the first time, her eyes showed vigilance. Who are you? Wu Yan ignored Bijit. His golden eyes were calm as if there was no emotion in them. However, everyone felt it at the same time. In the air, an extremely oppressive aura instantly covered the entire world. It's the calm before the storm. With a calm expression, Wu Yan no longer looked at Bijit. Instead, he looked at Chuju and Mikoto. Are you alright? We're fine, we're fine. At this moment, the two girls who were usually strong became obedient and shook their heads. That's good. Wu Yan nodded and turned around to face Bijit. You two can leave first. Leave this to me, okay? Hinajaku and Mikoto nodded obediently and retreated to the back with their dusty bodies. Rin. Wu Yan looked at Bethay with his calm golden eyes. He didn't even turn around when he spoke to Rin Enben, who is still slumped on the ground. What was that? Rin Enben woke up from his daze. When he heard Wu Yan's question, he ignored the confusion in Wu Yan's golden eyes and explained. That's a flagelak. It's one of the rare noble phantoms that doesn't exist in the form of an illusion. It's a noble phantasm that can stay in the world and be used by humans. A noble phantasm used by humans? Wu Yan pondered and said in a deep voice. What's the ability? Listening to Wu Yan's calm and stifling tone, Rin felt a bit uncomfortable, but he still answered honestly. Using the opponent's ultimate skill as the activation condition, turning back time the moment the opponent uses the ultimate skill so that the blade can go back in time with the flow of time and pierce through the heart of the opponent who hasn't used the ultimate skill yet, creating the fact that the user of the ultimate skill has died before using the ultimate skill. This is a karmic treasure that can change the fixed facts. Reversing time, piercing through the opponent's heart, causing the opponent's death, killing the user who used the ultimate skill and erasing the ultimate skill. Wu Yan murmured. The more he murmured, the calmer his golden eyes became. However, it was precisely this calmness that caused the hearts of everyone present to fiercely thump. Chapter 1529. Backlight Sword, Flagelak. Also known as Strike Later First. Strike God of War's Sword. Flagelak. It was a demonic sword that had been passed down from the mythological era to the present by the Frika family that Badget belonged to. It was also one of the rare relics that existed in the world and was not used by the heroic spirits in the form of fantasy. It was just a stone ball, but its power, or rather, its ability, was something that no one could ignore. When it was used, not only did it have to be filled with mana, but it also had to be activated when the opponent used their ultimate move to activate the Flagelak. Because it was activated when the opponent used their ultimate move, when the Flagelak was activated, it would be slower than the opponent's ultimate move. However, it would still be faster than the opponent and hit the opponent first. Hence, there was the prefix of the other name of the Flagelak, later, first, later. However, rather than saying that the Flagelak was able to overtake the opponent who attacked first, it was more accurate to say that this ability was just an additional effect of the Flagelak's true ability. Reverse time. Distort cause and effect. This was the true ability of the Flagelak. Using the opponent's ultimate move as the activation condition, after the opponent used their ultimate move, it would reverse time and return to the moment before the opponent used their ultimate move to pierce through the opponent's heart first. The strike later first ability was only activated after the opponent used their ultimate move to kill the opponent first. The strike later first ability was just the Flagelak's ability to reverse time and kill the opponent before the opponent used their ultimate move. It changed the fact that the opponent attacked first into the fact that the opponent died before the attack. Since the opponent died in the past, then, the attack that was launched in the present would automatically disappear. Because of this, the Flagelak was called a karmic treasure by Rin Enben, and it was also called the backlight sword, which meant that it could reverse time. Rin Enben knew that Badget, a member of the Badget family, had this treasure. That was why he told Mikoto not to use her ultimate move. He could not use any treasures either. After all, the Flagelak would trigger its special effect when the opponent activated their ultimate skill. Meanwhile, the relic was the ultimate weapon of the noble fantasy. Its existence itself was the most powerful weapon. It was more than enough to call it a unique skill. You must be lying. Chuju and Mikoto were shocked after learning about the ability of Flagelak. Bajit was a madman born to fight. Gloves full of strengthening runes, combat techniques developed to the limit, and a body that could withstand any attack. It was also that Bajit could display her full combat strength from beginning to end and not be defeated by her opponent. Therefore, no matter how many times she was knocked down, she could ignore the injuries and pain and continue to fight. If he wanted to defeat Bajit, he would have to use a killing move right from the start. Only then would he be able to win. But now, if he were to use his ultimate move, he would be killed by Flagelak's ability to rewind time and distort cause and effect. The reverse was also true. If he wanted to defeat the Flagelak, he would have to not use his ultimate move and use normal attacks to defeat the person who used this treasure. But let's not talk about whether he could use normal attacks to fight against Bajit, who had developed her combat techniques to the limit. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to kill her in one hit. No matter how many times he knocked her down, she would be able to get up and continue to fight. Wasn't it impossible to defeat her? That's right. As if she could see the shock in Chuju and Mikoto's eyes, Bajit said calmly. Because it's a demonic sword that can reverse time and kill the enemy in the past. So, once my Flagelak is activated, it can't be blocked. The target can only have their heart pierced by the Flagelak. But Bajit stared at Wu Yan with her sharp eyes. That tea-haired girl was clearly hit by my Flagelak, but nothing happened to her. Is it because you blocked my Flagelak? You. How did you do it? When she said this, Badget was full of doubts, but Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Rin Enben more or less understood the situation. The three girls know that Wu Yan's white flame has the ability to burn time. Perhaps, when the Flagelak tried to reverse time to the time before Mikoto fired the railgun to pierce her heart, Wu Yan used a flame that can burn time to burn the Flagelak, along with the Flagelak. In other words, the Flagelak, which would definitely pierce through the opponent's heart and bring death to the opponent, was perfectly countered by the white flame. In a way, the flame of the white dragon's scorching flame can be considered the natural enemy of the Flagelak. You said. Wu Yan didn't answer Bajit's question. Instead, he said this. Once your Flagelak is activated, the target can only have their heart pierced, right? Bajit paused for a moment before nodding. Of course. Then. Wu Yan looked at Bajit with his golden eyes. Let's give it a try. With that, a card appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Let's see who has their heart pierced first. The card in Wu Yan's hand turned into a ray of light and elongated. When the light dissipated, a crimson spear replaced the card and landed in Wu Yan's hand. Chuju, Mikoto, and Rin Enben were shocked when they saw the crimson spear in Wu Yan's hand. Rank card? Bajit narrowed her eyes and clenched her fist. So that's how it is. The rank card is in your hand? Your target is the rank card? Wu Yan pointed his spear at the ground and he continued with a calm expression. Then you should be happy. Kill me and you'll get 6 rank cards. You have 6 rank cards on you? A dangerous glint appeared in Bajit's eyes as she stared at Wu Yan. Very well, it seems like you're my target. Bajit glanced at the crimson spear in Wu Yan's hand. If I'm not mistaken, the spear in your hand should be the Gaebolg, right? Yes, you're pretty sure, of course. Bajit sneered. After all, it's not the first time I faced that spear, not the first time you faced that spear? Wu Yan looked at Rin Enben. Rin Enben shook his head with a bitter smile. She's the one who reclaimed the Lancer card, I see. Wu Yan nodded with a terrifyingly calm expression. Then it's more interesting to compete. The Gaebolg and the Flagelak are basically the same type. They're both related to cause and effect. Bajit frowned when she saw Wu Yan's abnormal calmness. Although the methods used are different, both of them set the condition of a piercing through the heart right after the activation. There's no way to dodge or block it. If you really use the Gaebolg to compete with my Flagelak, the outcome will only be a lose-lose. Bajit stared at Wu Yan. Can I take your words as meaning that you want to perish together with me? Hearing this, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Chapter 1530. Mutual Destruction. That is indeed the case. Flagelak had the property of a late strike but first strike. It could kill an opponent in the past, before they used their ultimate move, erasing the ultimate move that the opponent had already used in the future. However, the moment that Gaebolg spear was swung out, it had already decided the outcome of piercing through the heart. This effect was decided by karma. Even if the Flagelak killed the opponent in the past, Bajit's heart would still be pierced through. If Wu Yan uses the Gaebolg and Bajit uses the Flagelak, both of their hearts will be pierced. The result will be mutual destruction. Of course, Bajit didn't think Wu Yan would say something like that because he's stupid enough to want to take her down with him. After all, Barzit's Flagelak, which should have been unstoppable, had lost its effect just now. Bajit doesn't know what method Wu Yan used to nullify the Flagelak. She only said that to test Wu Yan's strength. Unfortunately, Bajit miscalculated. Mutual destruction? Wu Yan closed his eyes. If that's what you want, I can fulfill your wish. Yen. Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Rin Enben froze on the spot. What did you say? Bajit looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. What do you mean? Try it. Let's give it a try. Wu Yan waved his Gaebolg and he slowly opened his eyes. His golden pupils were exposed to the air. When Bajit saw the pair of dazzling golden eyes again, she raised her vigilance to the highest point. Because of those resplendent golden pupils, they are no longer calm. Killing intent? Anger? Killing intent? Maybe all of them. His originally calm eyes were suddenly filled with an emotion that seemed to be able to crush Bajit to death, and the surrounding space was completely filled with pressure. Even if you refuse, I will still swing this spear. His thunderous voice was like a heavy hammer hitting Bajit's heart. Her sharp pupils shrunk to a point. At the same time, Wu Yan brandished his Gaebolg as he stomped forward with heavy steps. Wuxia's body turned into a blurry shadow. Wu Yan rushed out and shot towards Bajit like an arrow. The spear of death piercing, Gaebolg, in his hand flashed past like a red lightning bolt, fiercely thrusting out. Seeing this scene, everyone present could no longer maintain their calm. The spear of death piercing, Gaebolg, was already brandished. No matter what happened next, the result of the Gaebolg being pierced through the heart was set. There was no way to avoid it. So, Bajit couldn't choose anything else. Since you want it so much. Looking at the scarlet spear tip rapidly approaching, Bajit revealed a look of anger. As you wish then. She clenched her fist tightly and raised it up. At the same time, a stone ball shot out from Eiderfeldt's mansion again. It spun in the air and landed on Bajit's fist. A strange airflow rose from the collision with Bajit's fist. It's late, but it's first. A dense light flashed from the stone ball. A ring with runes engraved on the back popped out and landed on top of the stone ball. A delicate small magic circle appeared between Bajit's fist and the stone ball, supporting the stone ball and pushing it against Bajit's fist. Then, there seemed to be something inside the stone ball wriggling, turning into sharp spikes. The spikes broke through the stone ball and poked out from the top, forming the body of a short sword. After a closer look, the stone ball turned transparent. The runes engraved on the back of the short sword also slid down. The short sword that poked out from the air also had runes engraved on it, shining in an unknown arc. Bajit tried her best to raise her head against the awakened Flagellach and stomped on the ground. She shot out like a cannonball and clashed with Wu Yan in the middle of the courtyard. Both of them were extremely close to each other. Their eyes were of different colors, but they had the same cold glare and killing intent, telling everyone that they really wanted to kill each other. Then, War God / Flagellach. Death-piercing spear, Gaybalg. Along with the release of the two sure-kill treasures, the scarlet spear tip that turned into a red lightning bolt and the sword blade that turned into a dazzling meteor-like phosphorescent light flashed in the air with irresistible force, and fiercely collided with each other. Pfft! There was no deafening sound, nor was there any earth-shattering phenomenon. The only thing that reverberated in the air was an extremely clear ripping sound. Under the gaze of Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Rin Enben, the two figures who met in the middle of the courtyard stopped at a distance of almost no distance. They lowered their heads and stopped in front of each other. However, Wu Yan's scarlet spear pierced through Bajit's chest and came out from her back. Bajit, who also had her head down, clenched her fists. Her fists were holding the ruined stone balls of various colors. Blood was dripping from her body, forming a small pool of blood under her body. Looking at this scene from afar, the three girls held their breaths and no longer dared to make a sound. Pfft! Suddenly, the motionless Wu Yan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yen! Chiju, Mikoto, and Rin Enben couldn't help but step forward. Don't worry. A weak voice came from Wu Yan's blood-stained mouth. The three girls who were about to step forward stopped. I'm fine, impossible. Bajit, who was facing Wu Yan, also coughed out a mouthful of blood. My Flagellach, it clearly pierced through the past's heart, but you didn't use that white flame. How is this possible? It's rare for you to notice that it's my flame that stopped your Flagellach. Wu Yan looked at Bajit, who's bleeding from her chest, and he coldly sneered. Unfortunately, there's no need for me to block your Flagellach, because... Holding the Gaybalg, Wu Yan's voice entered Bajit's ears. If you can't lose, then I can't die. Pfft. After saying that, Wu Yan pulled the Gaybalg out of Bajit's heart. Ugh! Blood gushed out of Bajit's chest again. Her body fell down heavily and dyed the ground red. Bajit's heart was pierced through by the Gaybalg. She won't be able to survive. Wu Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and he stood up. He looked down at Bajit, who was slowly dyeing the ground red with her blood. His golden eyes returned to their usual wine-red color. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for killing the person most important to me. This is the first time Wu Yan took the life of a young girl in her prime. However, Wu Yan didn't feel the slightest bit confused. Just as he said, Bajit had touched his bottom line. That's why Wu Yan didn't regret killing Bajit. Exhaling, Wu Yan turned around and walked towards Hinajaku and Mikoto. He left Bajit lying on the ground with her chest covered in blood. Slowly, the ground was dyed red by her blood. Chapter 1531. Yen. Hinajaku and Mikoto, who retreated to the side, rushed up to Wu Yan as if they had been holding back for a long time. Are you alright? Yes. Of course I'm fine. Wu Yan's frighteningly calm demeanor disappeared without a trace, as if it was never there in the first place. What replaced it was his usual helpless smile. It's fine if Bijit doesn't know, but you two know about me. You know I can't die, right? But you. Chuju and Mikoto glanced at Wu Yan's mouth. Drops of blood were still dripping from there. It's just a little excessive, don't worry about it. Wu Yan wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and he grinned. My heart has been repaired a long time ago. The Flagellach killed Wu Yan in the past before he could use the Gaebolg. However, as a primogenitor, Wu Yan can't die. Since the past Wu Yan is still alive, the present Wu Yan is still alive and well. Even his heart that was pierced by the Flagellach in the past recovered during the time frame of the past. This saved him a lot of time to recover from the injury. Are you really alright? It wasn't Chuju or Mikoto who spoke. It was Rin Enben who appeared behind Wu Yan. Rin Enben's green eyes looked at Wu Yan, who spat out a mouthful of blood with a complicated expression. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask something, but he closed it again and said something that didn't really matter. What? Wu Yan snickered as he stared into Rin Enben's eyes that are filled with complex emotions. Are you that disappointed that I didn't die? Yes. That's right. The complicated emotions in Rin Enben's eyes disappeared, replaced by a vicious look. You better die soon so that you won't harm others. Ayaya. How can I die so early? Wu Yan raised the hand that wasn't holding the Gaebolg and said helplessly. I haven't even harmed a certain destitute lady yet. Don't call me destitute lady. Rin Enben retorted. One day, I will restore House Enben to its former glory. Is that so? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Then work hard. You. Hey. Mikoto's annoyed voice came from the side. What are you two doing? Flirting? Stop. That's enough, Mikoto. Hinagika shook her head, her tone turned cold. It's not like you don't know how he is. Well. Wu Yan had an awkward look on his face. While the four of them were chatting in the courtyard, a weak voice sounded. His voice echoed. Condition, completed. As this voice that was so weak that it was almost inaudible rang out, a vast amount of mana suddenly surged out from a corner of the courtyard, turning into a shockwave that spread out like a gale, blowing to every corner of the courtyard. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Rin Enben's expression froze. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the center of the surging mana storm. Then, his frozen expression changed completely. The source of the mana storm was a ground that was dyed red. And on the ground that was dyed red, Bijit was lying there. The surging magic power that turned into a storm came from Bijit's body. Wah! Chuju, Mikoto, and Rin Enben were shocked. Is it not over yet? Wu Yan furrowed his brow. A cold light flashed in his eyes. In the center of the surging magic storm, words that were gradually expanding and emitting intense lights suddenly jumped out of Barchette's body, which was lying on the ground. The words seemed to have a life of their own as they jumped from Bijit's body. They were all runes. The instant those runes leaped into the air, everyone present saw it. On Bijit's back, the Gaebolg pierced through her heart. It pierced right through, opening up a hole, and the huge wound caused by Hinagiku's slash, slowly recovering. Not long after, the mana storm expanded and scattered in the courtyard. The runes that jumped from Bijit's body also disappeared. Then, Barzit, who was lying on the bloody ground, suddenly opened her eyes. She pushed against the ground with her hands, leaped into the air, and landed steadily on the ground. You. Hinagiku couldn't believe her eyes. You're still alive? How is this possible? Mikoto was also shocked. Didn't the Gaebolg pierce through his heart? I can't believe it myself. Bijit's calm voice echoed in the courtyard. His eyes were still sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. However, this pair of eyes was fixed on Wu Yan. I can't believe I need to be revived in a sealed item and an opponent other than a heroic spirit. I can't believe. Revive. Rin Enben's eyes widened as he recalled something. Could it be that those runes are the rune magic that can be activated at the moment when the heart stops beating? Bingo. Bajit looked down at her chest that was pierced through not long ago. That's a resurrection rune. It's comparable to a noble phantasm. Hearing this, Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Rin Enben were speechless. The Flagelak, which was an offensive noble relic, prevented Bajit from being killed by a killer move that could kill her in one hit. The Flagelak noble phantasm could withstand any kind of damage, block pain, stop bleeding at any time, and develop her combat skills to the limit. This prevented Bajit from being killed by an ordinary attack. That's another type of invincibility. However, there was always one thing to overcome another. There would definitely be an opponent in the world that Bajit couldn't defeat, which would lead to her being killed. Even so, Bajit still has a resurrection rune. Describing this woman as a monster wasn't enough to describe how terrifying she was. If he encountered such an opponent and didn't have the strength to suppress Bajit, it would be a nightmare. But compared to the one over there, I'm still far behind. Bajit stared at Wu Yan. What do you think? Mr. Undying. Same here, Miss Undying. Wu Yan stepped forward and he stared into Bajit's eyes. So, do you want to see who will die first? Yes. There's no need for that. Bajit said coldly. The resurrection rune is comparable to a noble phantasm. If I could use it that easily, I wouldn't have to use the Flagelak to seal my opponent's ultimate skill. Also. She clenched her fist and lightning flashed on it. A tube shot out from the mansion like an arrow and landed in Bajit's hand. Even if it's the Flagelak, it's not a relic that can be used without restriction. Bajit began to check the stone ball in her cylinder as if there was no one else around. The so-called demonic sword that was passed down from the mythological era is only the manufacturing method. The Flagelak is a one-time consumable relic. Even for me, I can only make 10 of them in a year. This time, I used 2 at once. Bajit looked at Wu Yan. And I don't have another chance to resurrect. If I fight you, I will definitely lose. Oh. Wu Yan sneered. You admit defeat just like that? I'm just stating the facts. It's still my mission to get all the rank cards. Bajit carried the tube with the stone ball and turned around. Finally, let me ask you one more question. With her back facing everyone, Bajit's voice slowly entered everyone's ears. Are you a death apostle? The entire place suddenly fell silent. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and replied. Don't treat me like a defective product. Defective product. Bajit also pondered for a moment. She then stepped on the ground and jumped over the wall of the courtyard. Do you think I'll let you? Wu Yan's eyes flashed. Just as he wanted to chase after her, his hand was grabbed. When he turned around, he saw Rin Enben shaking his head. Wu Yan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. In the end, he sighed. Chapter 1532. Why didn't you let me chase after her? Wu Yan was venting his frustration in the Eiderfeldt's guest hall. I can use teleportation magic to catch up to that woman who only knows how to use brute force. It's only a matter of minutes, isn't it? And then? Rin and Osaka glanced at Wu Yan. What are you going to do after you catch up to her? Of course I'm going to shoot her again. Wu Yan said without hesitation. She doesn't even have a chance to revive. Flagelak can only be used 8 times or less. Gi spear can be used as long as I have mana. With my mana, even if I stab 100 times in a second, I'll have more than enough to stab until tomorrow morning. You don't believe that I can't beat that woman, do you? To be honest, I don't really want to believe it. Livia sighed as she sipped on her tea. I didn't think that tomboy would be forced to run away. This is unprecedented, I've never heard of such a thing. Really? Chuju sighed as well. It's unbelievable that he could force a monster like her to run away. No matter where he goes, he's always on par with that berserker heroic spirit. Mikoto grumbled. If it wasn't for Yen, we would have had to run away. That woman is impossible to defeat. So why don't you just let me shoot that woman once every minute? Wu Yen insisted stubbornly. Why did you let her run away? If you really took care of Bijit, you guys would be the ones having a headache. Rin and Osaka rubbed his forehead. He pretended to have a headache. Killing the enforcer of the Magic Association's seal is no joke, not to mention that Bijit is a combat expert on the front line. That's true. Livia put down the cup of black tea in her hand. There are plenty of combatants in the Magic Association. Even if there aren't any monsters like Bijit, there are still plenty. If those weaker than her come after you like a swarm of bees. You guys can't do anything about it, right? That's true. Wu Yen said in a frustrated tone. I don't want to see that violent woman run away like that. What's there to be upset about? Rin and Osaka shook his head. Not only did you use up Bijit's flagellac twice, but you also killed her twice. He even killed her once. Didn't he hear Bijit say that only 10 flagellac could be produced in a year? It's going to take a lot of effort to use the resurrection rune again. What's there to be upset about? Against that tomboy, to have such a battle record and not have any casualties at all. If news of this were to spread back to the Magic Association, the jaws of many higher-ups would drop, right? Livia couldn't help but laugh. In any case, even if it's Bijit, she won't be able to find you again under such circumstances. At least, she won't act rashly before she has the confidence to snatch the rank card from you. We can rest easy for a while. The problem lies with the cards. Rin and Osaka's headache got worse. Now, Bijit already knows that this man has 6 cards. She'll definitely target them. Moreover, Bijit has already found out that this man has 6 cards. Also, the fact that we lost the gunner and archer cards will be exposed. Once Bijit reports this to the Magic Association's higher-ups, they will know that we made a mistake. Livia had a headache as well. That's bad. What's worse is that Bijit, who doesn't have the confidence to get the cards, will definitely go after the 7th card. Rin and Osaka said seriously. If Bijit meets Blackie, we'll be in big trouble. That's true. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Looks like we have to tell Blackie not to use the archer ability for now. Troublesome things keep happening one after another, this is so annoying. Rin and Osaka hugged his head in frustration. When will these days come to an end? Sigh. Sigh. Livia also sighed. At least, before we solve the problem of the 8th card, we'll have to continue to worry. Oh right. Rin and Osaka suddenly remembered. Bijit's goal is to get all the cards, she should be targeting the 8th card as well, right? Yes. No. That woman doesn't know about the existence of the 8th card. Wu Yen rubbed his chin. Even the Magic Association can't detect the location of the 8th card. Only the Enosaka family who is in charge of Fuyuki City know about it. Bijit definitely doesn't know about the existence of the 8th card. Plus, Bijit didn't sense any distorted mana in Fuyuki City, she probably thinks that all the cards have been retrieved. Mikoto also analyzed. So, Bijit will try her best to find the 7th card, she won't think about the existence of the 8th card. But if that's the case, Blackie is still in danger. Chuju said worriedly. If Bijit knew of Little Black's existence, with her decisiveness, she would definitely kill Little Black without hesitation, right? Now, we can only try to stop Blackie from using the archer ability. Wu Yen pursed his lips. If that woman is really that ruthless, I won't care about the Magic Association or the trouble. I won't let her go. Only you can say something like that in front of Badget. Rin Enbin bitterly laughed. He stole a few glances at Wu Yen, he looked like he had something on his mind. No one said that you can't keep a secret, right? Wu Yen rubbed his body against the chair he sat on when he saw Rin's expression. Just ask if you have any questions, don't worry about it in the end. That's the biggest loss. Just ask if you have any questions. Then, he stared at Wu Yen. Huh? Rio mumbled as if he's in a dream. Are you a death apostle? Luvia's hand that was holding the teacup trembled violently. Hinajaku and Mikoto stopped what they were doing and even Wu Yen went silent. The entire guest hall seemed to have sunk into a swamp. The atmosphere was so heavy that even the air became sticky. Death apostle. They were vampires that lived on blood and specialized in sucking human blood. In this world, death apostles are widely recognized as the enemy of humanity. This was because not only did they feed on blood, but they would also turn humans who drank blood into their own kind, causing this situation to continue to spread without end. Many people who know of their existence see them as the enemy of humanity. They think that death apostles are the cause of humanity's destruction. Therefore, when death apostles are mentioned, almost no one will have a good impression of them. However, death apostles have extremely long lifespans. Their vitality is also stronger than most life forms. Most of them also have powerful abilities. They are not easy to deal with. Therefore, those who know of the existence of death apostles are both afraid and hateful. Because of this, Bajit and Rin and Osaka both suspected that Wu Yen was a death apostle. After all, even though his heart was pierced, Wu Yen did not die. Even his pupils turned into a bright golden color. This is not something a human can do, right? Even so, Wu Yen still gave the same answer. I am not a death apostle. Is that so? Rin and Osaka was silent. Obviously, he did not completely believe Wu Yan's words. Indeed, my existence is somewhat related to death apostles. Wu Yan looked at Rin and Osaka. His eyes were filled with determination. But, don't treat me as one of those defective goods, okay? Defective goods? Rin and Osaka hesitated for a moment before asking. What do you mean by defective goods? At the end of the day, the first death apostles were nothing more than food for the primogenitors who had the urge to suck blood. Their blood was sucked dry by the primogenitors and they turned from humans into blood-sucking lifeforms similar to the primogenitors. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks. So, to say that death apostles are defective goods is not a bad thing, right? Ancestors. Death apostles. Rin and Osaka's face was filled with uncertainty. Could it be? Well. Wu Yen smiled meaningfully. You will know in the future. Rin and Osaka and Livia looked at each other. Chuju and Mikoto did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 1533. In order to prevent Bajit from targeting Xiaohei, Xiaohei was forbidden from using Archer's power. As for this matter, Xiaohei agreed without hesitation. According to Xiaohei, there was no reason for her to fight anyone now. She was quite satisfied with her current life and it didn't matter if she didn't use Archer's power. Moreover, not only did Little Black possess the power of an archer, it also possessed the ability to skip the entire process when it wanted it to do something, thereby obtaining the result, the answer, and the ability to achieve one's wish to a certain extent. Without the power of an archer, Xiaohei's strength would be weakened to the point where he was weaker than Rin Enben and Livia. However, Xiaohei could still use magic spells like teleportation. With this ability, even if she couldn't fight Bajit, she could still escape. But, just in case, Hinajaku and Mikoto let Wu Yen send Xiaohei to and from school, acting as the little girl's flower guardian. To put it simply, every day, Wu Yen has to send Xiaohei to school and pick her up when she's done with school. As for when she was at school, he could only ask Ilya and Mikoto to keep an eye on her. Of course, Wu Yen also set up a telepathic spell and a defensive spell formation on Xiaohei. If anything happened to Xiaohei, he would be the first to know and rush over. This was the only way to prevent it. After all, no one knew what Bajit would do next and whether she would know that the 7th rank card was on Xiaohei. Once Bajit knew that Little Black had the Archer rank card, then with Little Black's strength, even if he could use the power of Archer, he would definitely not be a match for Bajit. It wasn't because Xiaohei was weak. It was because Bajit was too overpowered. According to Rin and Osaka. At this stage, Wu Yen is the only one who can restrain this unkillable berserker. No one else can match up to her. No one else could. Even Xiaohei, who they spent a lot of effort to capture, was the same. Even Little Black seemed to be frightened by the description of Bajit. He sighed from the bottom of his heart, I don't want to face such a woman even if I die. He obediently accepted Wu Yan's escort. Therefore, Wu Yan was not only analyzing the class cards at home and studying the magic circles of the Holy Grail War. Every day, he had to go out twice to escort Little Black to school and back home. It was almost time for Blackie to get out of school. Fuyuki City, private Suichu and Gakuin Primary School, ding dong, the bell signaling the end of class was still ringing. God knows how many times it had rung. In the teaching building of the private Suichu and Primary School, the noise suddenly became intense. Not long after, children wearing uniforms and carrying school bags ran out of the teaching building in high spirits. They swarmed out of the school gate like a swarm of bees and scattered in all directions. Standing at the school gate, Wu Yan looked at the elementary school students running around happily and couldn't help but have such a thought. Perhaps the reason why Little Black wanted to kill Ilya back then was to replace her and live an ordinary life. That might be the case. Although this reason was very old-fashioned and full of visual sense, it wasn't impossible if one thought about it carefully. After all, Little Black was born as a tool and was sealed in less than a few months after it was born. It slept in Ilya's body for a full 10 years. In these 10 years, Little Black should have obtained the memories of Ilya's ordinary life from Ilya's memories before it was separated from her body. For Little Black, who was born as a tool and was sealed, this kind of life was quite enviable. Therefore, with Little Black's personality, it wasn't impossible for it to want to kill Ilya and replace her and use its own hands to get the life it wanted. Although this method was a bit too extreme. Actually, every night when it was sleeping, Wu Yan, who was sleeping in the same room as Little Black, could hear Little Black's lonely appearance in its sleep and murmur a word. Mother. Just like an ordinary child, it would call for its mother in its sleep at night. Therefore, Wu Yan already knew about this from a very long time ago. Even though it was living a good life with him, Chuju and Mikoto, Little Black still missed its mother, its family. However, if someone asked Little Black if it missed its family, Little Black would definitely deny it on the spot. It wasn't because Little Black's face was tender. Instead, it was because the one who sealed Little Black and caused Ilya's birth was Little Black and Ilya's mother. Little Black was unable to not feel resentment toward its mother who sealed it. Naturally, it was also unable to feel complete resentment toward her. However, Little Black and Ilya's mother probably didn't expect that sealing the memories of Ilya, who had been adjusted at birth and understood language and all knowledge within a few months, would allow this memory to settle down and evolve into a personality. Ilya's mother merely wanted her daughter to abandon her past and live a normal life. One could only say that no matter which side it was, neither side was wrong. In that case, should he also think of a way to allow Little Black to meet her true family? Big brother. While Wu Yan was thinking about this, a familiar and joyful voice came from within the private Suichuan Gaoyuan Elementary School. It woke him up from his thoughts. He raised his head and looked toward the inner part of the school. He saw Little Black waving at Wu Yan with a cheerful smile while running toward him. Behind Little Black, Ilya and Mio were also there. Even the group of 4 primary school students he met last time was there. They were looking at him with slight surprise on their faces. Soon after, they also ran over. Little Black was the first to run over. Without any hesitation, she grabbed Wu Yan's hand and cheerfully said, "Big brother. Sorry to keep you waiting, big brother." No. Wu Yan suppressed his inner thoughts and shook his head with a smile. I didn't wait long, I also came for a while. Brother Wu Yan. Mio also ran over with Ilya and the 4 curious little girls. Her face was full of surprise. Why are you here? Oh. Didn't I tell you? Wu Yan smiled. From today onwards, I will send Little Black to school and also pick her up to go home. Mio only remembered when she heard this. She lowered her voice and asked. Is it because someone in the Magic Association might be interested in Little Black? Wu Yan nodded without leaving a trace behind. Really, I'm not a child anymore. Little Black said so, but she had a smile on her face. She seemed to be in a good mood. At this time, among the 4 little girls hiding in the back, the one with braids and glasses looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. Mio's brother is picking little black up? Shouldn't he pick Mio up? Ma. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he explained. Due to some reason, little black is temporarily living in my house. Eh. The 4 little girls cried out in surprise. In other words, little black is not living in Ilya's house but with Mio? No. No. Mio quickly shook her head and stuttered. Brother Wu Yan and I, we don't live together. Don't live together? This time, the 4 girls had strange expressions on their faces. Xiao Hei is Ilya's cousin. In the end, not only did she not stay in Ilya's house, she stayed in Brother Meiyo's house instead. Brother Meiyu, on the other hand, did not stay with Meiyu. Naigui stroked his chin and acted like a detective. That's a mystery. Hey, Ilya. Dragon Z looked at Little Black, who had been staring at Little Black. To be precise, she had been staring at Little Black's hand that was hugging Wu Yan's arm. She had a sullen expression and said in disdain. Ilya, don't tell me that you bullied Little Black by relying on your sister's identity and caused Little Black to run away from home and seek refuge with Brother Meiyu? I bullied her. Ilya widened her eyes in disbelief. She's always been the one bullying me. Unfortunately, the 4 little girls had already ignored Ilya, gathered to the side, and started whispering. I always thought that Little Black was the top and Ilya was the bottom. I didn't expect Ilya to be a hidden top attacker. Ilya immediately became hysterical. I'm not the top. I'm not the bottom. Chapter 1534. Hey, Little Black. On the way home, Ilya said to Little Black, who was happily hugging Wu Yan's hand. You've been hugging for so long, shouldn't you let go? Why? Little Black seemed to have expected that Ilya would ask such a question. Not only did she not let go, she hugged even tighter. Can't I hug Big Brother's hand? Don't you know what it means to be reserved? Ilya shouted angrily. You're a girl. How can a girl hug a boy's hand? Why can't I? Little Black blinked her eyes and pointed at a couple who were hugging each other intimately. Look, they're hugging each other too. They're a couple. Ilya raised her voice. Since they're a couple, isn't it normal to hug each other? It's normal for couples to hug each other, right? Little Black revealed a sinister smile and leaned her head on Wu Yan's arm. Then, I also want to become a couple with Big Brother. Wah. Ilya opened her eyes wide. Little Black and Big Brother Wu Yan. Meiyu also showed a shaken expression. They're a couple. Oh. The 4 little maidservants who were tailing her in silence let out a cry of surprise. Is this a confession? The bashful Mei blushed. How bold. This is an incredible development. Nai's mouth opened into an O shape. But isn't Little Black's first wife Ilya? Ilya? Long Z seemed to have only reacted now and shouted at Ilya inexplicably. Ilya, this is bad. Little Black is planning to snatch your Big Brother away. Wah. What Big Brother? Ilya was unable to calm down and stuttered. You. Don't talk nonsense. No, your reaction is even more suspicious. Kei Hua blushed with shame. Besides, shouldn't you be lobbying Meiyu? Yes. Long Z was stunned. He turned around and shouted at Meiyu like a maniac. Pretty boy. Not good. Your brother was snatched away by Ilya. I didn't snatch it away. It was Little Black. Little Black. Ilya felt powerless all over. I won't. What will happen to you? Blackie looked at Ilya with a mischievous smile. Go on, I won't. Ilya's face turned red. She was like a person who wanted to swear an oath but was afraid that it would be too effective. In the end, he lowered his head. Smoke rose from his head, and he could no longer speak. All right, you guys. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan also felt that it was inappropriate for him to remain silent. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old are you? Were they going to talk about this now? Mei Yu giggled. Don't treat me like a child. Kei Hua pushed up her glasses. She proudly puffed out her flat chest. I can already write doujinshi. Is that so? Wu Yan laughed dryly. Not bad. Continue to work hard, however. Meiyu's brother is really popular. Mimi looked at Wu Yan with admiration. Ilya, Meiyu, and Little Black all like Meiyu Gige. Meiyu Gige is really amazing, eh? Meiyu didn't expect Mimi to say such a thing and was shocked. Ilya, who had smoke rising from her head, raised her hand weakly. I'm not, by the way. Meiyu's brother. Ryuko, who was in a semi-sluggish state, suddenly asked in a daze. Who will you marry in the future? Huh? Even Wu Yan couldn't react in time. Mary? Ilya, Meiyu, and Little Black all opened their mouths wide in shock. They looked at Wu Yan in unison, and then their faces turned red at the same time. Why don't you tell me about it? Nai Gue came over with an interested look. Meiyu Gige, are you going to marry Ilya in the future? Or are you going to marry Little Black? Maybe it's okay to marry your own sister. What do you mean it's okay to marry my own sister? Wu Yan was speechless. By the way, why do you think I'll marry one of Ilya, Meiyu, and Little Black? Well, don't mind it. Xiaohua patted Wu Yan's back as if they were close friends. Just take it as a reference. Tell us, in terms of marriage partners, who do you want to marry? After saying that, the four little girls raised their little heads and stared at Wu Yan with sparkling eyes. Their eyes were burning with passion. It could be said that they were gossiping flames. Who do you want to marry? Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Ilya, Meiyu, and Little Black. Big brother. Little Black's face was filled with hope. Wu Yan giggled. Meiyu lowered her head in embarrassment. Ilya looked like she had crashed. She didn't even dare to look at Wu Yan. If you want to marry. Wu Yan looked back and forth between the three little girls. After a while, his eyes stopped on Meiyu. It should be Meiyu. Oh, the four little girls cried out strangely. It's a real sibling romance. Wu Yan cursed in his heart. It's not like I don't have a sister. Plus, I've already eaten that sister of mine until not even her bones are left. There's already sibling romance, teacher-student romance, brother. Wu Yan. Meiyu's pretty face couldn't be any redder. Even her ears were completely red. She couldn't speak clearly. It's actually Meiyu. Ilya looked like she had suffered a blow. Big brother. Little Black raised her head and cried out pitifully. Why can't I? Well. Wu Yan avoided Little Black's gaze. It's because Meiyu is the most worrisome. Everyone present was stunned. Why? Meiyu tilted her head and asked in confusion. Meiyu's grades are good. She got full marks in housework. She also knows how to draw. Her athletic ability is also the best. She's perfect in every aspect. Why would I be worried? That's true, Meiyu did a perfect job in every other aspect. That's why I'm worried. Wu Yan patted Meiyu's head as she stared at him blankly. Perhaps Meiyu does well in other aspects, but when it comes to the ways of the world, Meiyu is not better than others at all. In fact, she is much worse. She is not good at expressing herself, and her actions are rather clumsy. How can I be at ease? So, if I have to choose my marriage partner, I'll choose Meiyu. Wu Yan laughed. This way, I'll be able to make up for her shortcomings. I'll also be able to perfect her clumsiness. Taking care of her like this for the rest of her life doesn't seem too bad. Taking care of her, for the rest of her life. The four girls looked at Wu Yan in admiration. What a mature way of thinking, what a gentle big brother, what a sincere way of thinking, how enviable, Wu Yan, gee. Meiyou's face turned redder and redder. Her eyes began to sneak glances at Wu Yan. Big brother. Little Black looked at Wu Yan with tears in her eyes. It was as if she was abandoned. I am actually very clumsy too. At this moment, Ilya said in a panic. I don't know how to wash clothes. I don't need to cook either. The housekeeper takes care of everything at home. I don't know how to do anything by myself. I don't think this is called clumsy. It's called lazy. That turtle ridiculed. By the way, Ilya, who would dare to marry you when you say something like this? But, Ilya is also starting to put her life on the line. Kei Hua said in a mocking manner. Ilya, why don't you bring Meiyou's big brother home to meet your parents? Moa. Ilya shouted in shame and anger. Don't make fun of me anymore. Seeing Ilya messing around with the four girls, Wu Yan smiled knowingly. However, Meiyou and Little Black's expression became downcast. They lowered their heads and remained silent. That's to be expected, Ilya has parents. However, regardless of whether these two have parents or not, their parents are not by their side right now. It's natural for them to feel sad. Wu Yan could only stroke Meiyou and Little Black's head. He hoped to give them some comfort. At the same time, he made up his mind. Although he doesn't know what Meiyou's situation is, he can find Little Black's parents. At the very least, he should find an opportunity to have Little Black talk to her mother. Chapter 1535. It's nighttime. On the streets at night, the number of pedestrians had begun to become sparse. The street lamps also operated normally, illuminating every corner of the street, bringing a rather beautiful night scene. Today, the moon is round, there are many stars, there is not a single dark cloud in the dark night sky, the entire night sky is illuminated by the moonlight and stars, it's like a galaxy is twinkling, it's extremely beautiful. Many people who have just finished their meals and showered gathered on their balconies, enjoying the beauty of family reunion and admiring the beautiful night sky. Even those who don't have balconies came to the streets to admire the beautiful night sky. Under this beautiful night sky, two figures, one big and one small, one male and one female, were holding hands as they walked on the street filled with pedestrians who frequently raised their heads to look at the night sky. They walked forward. Hey, big brother. Holding Wu Yan's hand, Little Hay is a little puzzled. Where do you want to take me? Although it's not too late now, but usually at this time, even if Little Hay is not asleep, Chuju and Mikoto would let her take a shower and prepare for bed. After all, Little Hay is a child, an elementary school student, she has to go to school the next day. No matter what, it's better to sleep early and wake up early. Because of this, ever since she moved into Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's house, Little Hay almost never went out at night. It can't be said that she is a standard good child. But she is still very well behaved. During the day, during the holidays, it's not that Little Hay didn't ask Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto to take her out, but she never did at night. Today. After dinner. Before Hinajaku and Mikoto could instruct him to take a bath, Blackie was brought out by Wu Yan with a mysterious smile on his face. Little Hay doesn't know where Wu Yan is going to take her. Along the way, Little Hay asked more than once about this matter, but every time, Wu Yan just smiled perfunctorily. How could Xiao He, who had a rather wild personality, not be puzzled? Of course, Little Hay didn't think that Wu Yan would do anything to harm him, so even if he was puzzled, Little Hay still followed Wu Yan obediently. Well. With the same perfunctory smile on his face, Wu Yan still said the same sentence that he had said countless times. You'll know later. All right. Blackie could only helplessly follow Wu Yan in a certain direction and didn't ask anything else. Passing through the scattered areas. The two of them arrived at an alley that was slightly dimly lit. After turning a few corners, they finally entered another street. This place is He looked around the street. Blackie said in surprise. Isn't this the direction to the park? Are we going to the park? No, we're going to the park. However, Wu Yan shook his head and said so. You're going to the park. Me? Little Hay was stunned and a question mark appeared in his head. Before Little Hay could ask what was going on, in front of them, a small park that was specially designed for children to play in slowly appeared in front of them. After arriving at the park, Little Hay couldn't wait to ask. Big brother, why are we here? Before he finished speaking, Little Hay froze on the spot. It wasn't until then that Little Hay noticed that in the corner of his vision, in the dimly lit park, there was a figure standing there. It was an extremely beautiful woman who seemed to be in a painting. Her snow-white waist-length hair swayed gently with the surrounding breeze, creating ripples. Under the moonlight, it was as if there was a layer of frost. Not only did it not give people a cold feeling, but it made people feel unusually warm. The woman was wearing a dress that wasn't very common in Fuyuki City, but it wasn't a very noble dress either. Her exposed skin was as white as a pearl, and it even reflected a trace of light. At first glance, one could tell that it would be very soft if they pressed their fingers on it. Under the illumination of the scarce moonlight, the woman who looked like a fairy descending from the heavens seemed to have sensed something and slowly turned around. Then, a beautiful face and a pair of eyes that were as red as rubies appeared in Little Black's field of vision. It was a face that would not lose to the beautiful face that Little Black had subconsciously imagined when he saw her back. You. Looking at the soft and warm smile on her face, Little Hay couldn't help but step back. A pair of amber eyes set off an unprecedented violent wave. That wavering appearance was something that Little Hay didn't even show when he was in danger of disappearing. Looking at the beautiful woman smiling at him in a daze, Little Hay's voice filled with disbelief reverberated in the air of the park. Mom, that's right. The woman who was as beautiful as snow was Xiao He and Ilya's mother. Alice Field? Phone? Einsbellen. She was the person who sealed the memories of the past Little Hay who had the name Ilya when he was just born. And now, she was standing in front of Little Hay. No, impossible. Little Hay stepped back repeatedly. Liar, why would I be here? It's the one beside you who brought me back. Alice Field looked at Little Hay who was wavering to the point of collapse with a gentle gaze. That gaze was like looking at her own son and daughter. In fact, Alice Field was indeed Little Hay's mother. His biological mother. Big brother? Little Hay maintained his frozen appearance and turned his head stiffly to look at Wu Yan. You, indeed, it was I who brought your mother back. Facing Little Hay's gaze, Wu Yan nodded his head and looked straight into Little Hay's eyes. Because this is what you've been dreaming of, isn't it? I. Little Hay's breathing stopped. His strong and resolute image in the past disappeared and was replaced by helplessness. I've heard about everything. Alice Field slowly walked forward with a heart-throbbing smile on her face. Come home with Mom, Ilya-chan, home? Little Hay's continuously retreating footsteps stopped abruptly. The wavering expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with coldness. No. I don't have a home anymore. Ilya-chan. Alice Field continued to approach without hesitation. However, the smile on her face also disappeared. I know you hate me right now, but I also have a lot of things I want to tell you. There's nothing to say between us. Little Hay took a big step back as if she was electrocuted and pulled away from Alice Field. It was as if she didn't want to get close to Alice Field. However, the raised voice exposed Little Hay's inner feelings. Only now you're pitying me? I don't need it. Ilya-chan. Alice Field couldn't help but stop her footsteps. Her scarlet eyes slightly fluctuated as she stared at Little Hay. Since you're the old Ilya-chan, you should know that I wouldn't do that. I don't care. Little Hay waved her hand forcefully. Her expression was filled with impulsiveness and unprecedented excitement. I'm just someone who was abandoned by you once, eliminated once, and denied once. Since that's the case, why did you come back to find me? Little Hay. Seeing Little Hay's agitated expression, Wu Yan pressed down on her shoulder. Your mother didn't do anything wrong. You know that. Calm down first, I'm very calm. Little Hay slapped away Wu Yan's hand on her shoulder. She did something that she would never do in the past. Big brother, could it be that you brought me here to drive me away? You want to throw me back to the person who abandoned me, right? Wu Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked straight at Little Hay. His wine-red eyes were filled with calmness. This made Little Hay feel guilty. Little Hay knew that Wu Yan wouldn't think that way. However, Little Hay didn't have the strength to control her emotions. She could only shout in agitation. I hate you guys. After saying this, Little Black ran away without looking back. Ilya-chan. Alice Field wanted to chase after her but was stopped by Wu Yan. Can you please go back first? Wu Yan shook his head at Alice Field. Little Hay is more agitated than I thought. So, leave that side to me. Alice Field opened her mouth and looked at the direction Little Hay ran in. After a long time, she nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Chapter 1536. Bam! The door to the living room was violently opened. Blackie lowered his head and rushed into the living room. Blackie? In the kitchen, Chuju was wearing an apron and washing the dishes. She didn't notice anything wrong and greeted him as usual. You're finally back. I was wondering where you were planning to go. Go wash up. Unfortunately, before Hinajiku could finish her sentence, Little Black rushed across the hall in a frenzy. Ignoring Hinajiku's words, Little Black rushed into his and Wu Yan's room and slammed the door shut. Bam! The sound was loud enough to shake the entire ceiling, startling Hinajiku. Mikoto, who was watching TV, also noticed that something was wrong. What's wrong? Mikoto stood up from the sofa. What's wrong? I don't know. Hinajiku panicked. Ignoring the utensils being washed, she ran out of the kitchen and knocked on the door. Blackie. What's wrong? What's going on? Mikoto shouted at the door. Come out first, Blackie. However, the tightly shut door shut Chuju and Mikoto out. It was as if there was a barrier between them and Blackie. There wasn't a single sound coming from inside. This. Hinajiku and Mikoto, who were standing by the door, looked at each other with a worried expression. Not long after, the door to the hall opened again. Wu Yan walked in from outside, attracting the attention of the two girls who didn't know what to do. Yen. Chuju and Mikoto called out, wanting to say something. Wu Yan raised his hand and stopped them from speaking. It's fine, you two go back to your room first, but, don't worry. Looking at Chuju and Mikoto's worried faces, Wu Yan comforted them by holding their hands. It's just a little bit of awkwardness before we reunite. It's not even a small hurdle. Let me talk to Blackie for a bit. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and nodded unwillingly. Then, okay, finished. The two girls turned around and took another look at the tightly shut door before heading back to their own rooms. Until the two girls returned to their room and closed the door. Wu Yan took a deep breath and walked to his room and knocked on the door. Blackie, his soft voice echoed in the living room. Naturally it reached the room as well. But the door in front of him was tightly shut, as if it was sending a message that everything was rejected. Blackie. Blackie. Wu Yan knocked on the door a few more times and increased the volume of his knocking. However, the knocking sound eventually disappeared into thin air. The living room returned to silence. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed and he took a step back. Blackie, even if you don't open the door, I have something to tell you. His hand lightly touched the door in front of him. Wu Yan could feel a slight breath from inside, making his heart calm down. I really do want you to go home with your mother. In an instant, Wu Yan clearly felt the breathing inside the door become more rapid. This made him believe that Blackie was seriously listening to him. Thus, Wu Yan continued. But, you know, that definitely doesn't mean that I'm abandoning you. To me, to Chuju, and to Mikoto, you're already our family." The other side of the door was still silent. Wu Yan also started to speak. For a person, the person who understands him or her the most in this world may not be a friend or a lover, but it will definitely be a family member. Therefore, we have known for a long time. Little Black, you actually miss your real family very much, right? The breathing inside the door suddenly stopped. Your mother sealed your past so that you can live a better life. Not only did she not intend to abandon you, she's also expressing her love for you. Whether it's Blackie or Ilya, they're both. Wu Yan lowered his voice. I don't believe that you don't understand. His voice fell. After a long time, a voice finally sounded from the tightly shut door. Then, why can't I? Blackie's dejected voice entered Wu Yan's ears. I also yearn for an ordinary life. I also want to thank my mother who wanted to bring this to me. But, why must she seal me who has my past memories? Can't I live a normal life just because I have these memories? The magic world is a bloody and crazy world, and you're a sacrificial lamb created by this crazy world. Wu Yan spat out a ruthless yet reasonable truth. If it's you, would you be willing to let your children live in this world with the idea that they're a tool? Even if that's the case, I'm still inside, am I not? Blackie's voice became agitated again. To my mother, perhaps she only wanted to give the original me a new life. However, the abandoned memories gained a personality and became me. In the end, the one who gained a new life was Ilya and I became an abandoned person. Isn't that right? Is there a difference? Wu Yan raised his voice. Didn't you say that you're Ilya from the very beginning? The real Ilya has a family. Has friends. Has the life of your dreams. Right now, I'm only an imposter. Blackie's voice carried a sobbing tone. I'm only an imposter who has to bear all the pain of the past and those memories separated from the original. So, you want to continue living in your own world with this pain, this memory, this self-abandonment mentality? Wu Yan fiercely knocked on the door. What do you mean the real Ilya has a family, friends, and the life of your dreams? Could it be that you've never treated us as your family? You've never treated Meiyu and the others as your friends? You've never placed the life here in your eyes? No, that's not it. Blackie's voice was finally panicking. It's not like that, listen, Little Black. Wu Yan closed his eyes, he calmed himself down and he spoke softly. He softly said, I feel that since fate allowed you, a pure memory, to possess a personality, it must prove that you, the past Ilya, must exist. Fate allowed you to possess a body by accident because you have the right to live. If even you begin to deny yourself, wouldn't the past Ilya, Blackie, be too pitiful? Big brother, I know that you're the real Ilya. You must be in a lot of pain because you've inexplicably become an imposter with your memories. It must be very difficult for you to exist in this world and still need to replenish your magical power. Wu Yan softly let his voice directly enter Blackie's heart. However, no matter how painful it is, no matter how hard it is, you still have the family, friends, and life that you've longed for. So, at least, I feel that all of this is worth it. Right now, your real family is within your reach. You, who should be happy, are rejecting everything that can make you happy. By doing this, you'll really make yourself bear the pain and painful memories of your life. Wu Yan smiled wryly. If that's the case, how can I, who gave up the class card in your body and took a big detour to look for the method to create a class card, endure this? Aren't you denying my hard work now? The bitter laughter was absorbed by the door in front and the surrounding walls, disappearing from his ears. However, the door in front of him was finally opened. With red and swollen amber eyes and wet cheeks full of tears, Blackie could not help but shed tears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, all right. Wu Yan smiled as if he had relaxed. He squatted down and stroked Blackie's head. You didn't do anything wrong, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. However, Blackie was still crying as she apologized with a sobbing voice. Big brother, you've given up the class card for me. You've also allowed me to go to school, make friends, and live an ordinary life for me. You've even provided me with a place to stay. However, I actually suspected that you would abandon me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, I'll say the same thing again. You didn't do anything wrong. Wu Yan gently stroked Blackie's head, forming a sharp contrast with his smile. I hope that Blackie can be happy. Chuju and Mikoto must think so too. So, even if it's for us, please don't give up on your own happiness, okay? You. Little Black jumped into Wu Yan's arms and started bawling at the top of her lungs. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's all in the past, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's okay. Good girl, woo woo. Chapter 1537. It's late at night, even the moon and the stars seem to have started to rest. Unknowingly, the originally clear and beautiful night sky was slowly covered with a layer of dark clouds, causing the night to pervade and the moonlight and starlight to become obscured. In Fuyuki City, in the houses, the lights gradually dimmed, and there was a long breath. The bustling streets also became cold, and even the temperature of the air dropped, and it was unusually quiet. On a quiet street in the middle of a residential area, an adult and a child, a man and a woman, stood there, facing a house. Looking at the familiar house in front of him, Little Black's amber eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Because this is Blackie's original home, it should be said that this place was Blackie's real home. Therefore, at this moment, Little Black, who was standing in front of his house, was like a child who had thrown a tantrum, ran away from home, but came back again and did not dare to enter the house. He felt complicated and uneasy. Wu Yan, who was standing next to Blackie, didn't show any impatience. He quietly waited for Blackie to be mentally prepared. Because of this, Wu Yan could see the hope in Blackie's eyes, but at the same time, he was also hesitant. After a long time, as expected, let's just forget about it. As if he was discouraged, Xiao Hei decided to retreat. Now, I really don't want to go in. Don't want to go in? Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Blackie with a smile. You really don't want to go in? Under Wu Yan's gaze, Blackie doesn't want to hide. Blackie has nowhere to hide his thoughts, so he can only tell the truth. I just said those words to Mom in the park, and now I have to come back. It's too embarrassing. Don't be embarrassed. You still have to go home. Wu Yan patted Blackie's head. Don't forget. Your mom is still waiting for you. Blackie is distressed. Can't you wait until tomorrow? I'm afraid, even if tomorrow. You'll still give up, right? Wu Yan rolled his eyes and pushed Blackie to the door. Okay, hurry up, I told your mom to go home first. If you don't go back tonight, your mother will definitely wait for you the whole night. Will you be able to live with that? Alright, I got it. Blackie mumbled unwillingly. Really, why don't you want me to stay with you? It's not that I don't want you to stay, but I know where you should stay. Wu Yan shook his head. If you want to come back, I'll welcome you. But this is your home, isn't it? But I still have to replenish my magical power. Blackie is still a little afraid to enter the door. What if I don't have enough magical power? Then why don't you just come back and look for me before you run out? Wu Yan doesn't fall for it. You said it yourself, my magical power is unusually pure. It's at least 10 times stronger than the magical power provided to you by ordinary people or even high-level magicians. Since you're not fighting right now, it shouldn't be a problem to maintain you for a month or two, right? What if there's an accident and a battle? Little Black made a final struggle before death. Won't it be bad if I don't have enough magical power? Then you can replenish it after the battle. Wu Yan pursed his lips. Don't waste your energy, no matter what, you have to come back and recognize the door today. Woo, Big Brother is a bad guy. Blackie whimpered and glanced at the door. In the end, she closed her eyes and went forward to press the doorbell. Kacha, however, before Blackie can press the doorbell, the door in front of her opened by itself. Xiao Hei was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously opened his eyes and looked to the front. Soon after, a beautiful face with a gentle smile was imprinted into his eyes. It's Alice Field. Mom. Mom. Blackie was stunned. It's Mommy. Like an ordinary woman who came out to welcome her children home from school, Alice Field stared at Xiao with a warm smile as though nothing had happened before. Like Wu Yan said, Alice Field has been waiting for Xiao all this while. And she has been waiting in front of her own door. If Little Black didn't show up tonight, then Alice Field will do as Wu Yan said, she'll keep waiting. Xiao knew this clearly. Looking at the smile on Alice Field's face, he felt a lump in his heart. He resisted the urge to cry. Without hesitation, he blurted out a sentence without even thinking. I'm sorry, you didn't do anything wrong. Without hesitation, Alice Field said the exact same words as Wu Yan. She squatted down and her red eyes were full of heartache. I should be the one saying sorry, no. No. Blackie's voice was choked with sobs. Big brother is right. Mom didn't do anything wrong. She did it for my good, no matter what the intention is, it's the truth that made you sad. And this sadness is brought to you by Mom. Alice Field took Blackie's hand and held it tightly. But that's all in the past. Mom is really happy that you can come back, Mom. Blackie bit her lips and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. She could only repeat this sentence. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's not what you should be saying now. Alice Field's smile was still there. What should you say when you go home? Blackie's heart tightened. She first looked at Alice Field, who was looking at her expectantly. Then she looked at Wu Yan, who was also looking at her with a smile. Her nervous heart calmed down. Xiao rubbed his eyes, wiping off the moisture in his amber pupils. Then, he took a deep breath and smiled shyly. I'm back. Hearing this, the smile on Alice Field's face grew wider. Welcome back, Elia-chan. No. No. Alice Field shook her head and corrected herself. Welcome back, Chloe-chan. There was no need for words. Under the moonlight, the mother and daughter hugged each other tightly in front of the entrance. Looking at this scene, Wu Yan smiled and quietly left. Brother Wu Yan, Meiyu, who was wearing a maid uniform, stood in front of the gate of the Eiderfeldt's courtyard. She looked at Wu Yan and asked softly. Blackie, are you home? I'm home. Wu Yan retreated to Meiyu's side and looked at the mother and daughter hugging in front of the gate. I'm finally home. So it's like that. Meiyu's beautiful eyes rippled slightly as she spoke in a low voice. That's good. Wu Yan glanced at the silent Meiyu and reached out to touch her little head. What's wrong? I'm not. Feeling the hand caressing her head, Miyuki felt reassured. She closed her eyes and rubbed her head against Wu Yan's palm. I'm just thinking about what it's like to have a mother. The hand on Meiyu's head paused for a moment and then unnoticeably returned to normal. Wu Yan squatted down. Since you have an indescribable past, then don't think about it anymore. Just like Blackie, carry the painful past and live happily. Carry the painful past and live happily. Meiyu murmured. She was a bit absent-minded. Although I don't know what Meiyu's real family is like and what's the situation now. Wu Yan looked forward again. His soft voice gently entered Meiyu's heart. But now, as long as you're happy, it's fine, otherwise, I'll be sad, Wu Yanji. Meiyu couldn't help but lean her petite body against Wu Yan. Wu Yan took the opportunity to pull Meiyu into his embrace as he listened to Meiyu, who buried her head in his chest. I'm very happy now, is that so? The hand on Meiyu's head turned into a light pat on her back. Wu Yan laughed in satisfaction. That's good. Under the night sky, on a small residential street, a mother and daughter, a man and a woman embraced in front of two completely disproportionate houses. They welcomed the moonlight from the sky and felt very warm. Chapter 1538. At the same time, Rin Enbin arrived at the edge of the river under the bridge. Looking at the red brick road in front of him and the neatly arranged street lamps on both sides, illuminating the bright red river bank. The river flashed with light as if it was leading to a sacred temple. Rin Enben's green eyes revealed a trace of caution. Rin Tobasaka took out his phone from his bag and opened an email. Midnight, under the bridge. See you on the river bank. Rin Enben received the email before the sun went down and he was still investigating the situation of the 8th rank card in the underground cave of Yuzhong Mountain's Ludong Temple. There were only 11 words in the email, but there was no sender's identity. Even the phone used to send the email was from an unknown number. This proved that the person who sent the email to Rin Enben wasn't someone he knew. Under such circumstances, Rin Tobasaka still came alone, which was a very stupid thing to do. If this email was a normal spam or scam email, then it's fine. Rin Enben is a magician after all, he can handle it alone. However, if the sender was an unknown magician, then there was no guarantee that there would be no danger at all. Even so, Rin Enosaka still came alone. He didn't tell Livia or anyone else that he was coming. He had completely hidden it from everyone else. Because Rin Enosaka could roughly guess the identity of the person who sent him this email. Rin Enben put away his phone and put it back into his bag. He looked up at the bright red riverbank and stepped into this place that was likely to become a place of trouble. He walked forward. The river bank is very quiet at night, no one would be stupid enough to come here at this time. The river bank is quite far from Fuyuki City. It's close to the suburbs, so no one would come here at this time. This makes the river bank look eerie at night, it's terrifyingly quiet. Inside the space. The only sound. It was the sound of flowing water in the nearby river. Rin Enben kept looking around, trying to find the person who had asked him out as he walked forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, Rin Enben still didn't find his target. Rin Tobasaka stopped in his tracks and scanned the surroundings before he suddenly spoke. Don't worry, I'm the only one here, the crisp and sweet voice echoed above the river bank. It mixed with the sound of flowing water. It quickly spread out and was drowned out by the continuous sound of flowing water. Rin Enosaka stayed where he was, not moving at all. It was as if he was certain that the other party was there, and he continued to scan the area. At a certain moment, the sound of light footsteps could be heard. Rin Enben immediately looked at the source of the sound without hesitation. A figure slowly walked out from behind a street lamp by the riverbank. With clear footsteps, he exposed himself to the light and Rin Tobasaka's vision. It was a short-haired beauty with a straight back, wearing a man's suit. Her face was full of determination, and her eyes were incomparably sharp. There was a faint trace of indifference and ruthlessness. So it's you. Rin Enben stared at the slowly approaching figure. Baget, it's Baget? Fruka. Mark Remitz? I didn't expect you to come alone. Baget said expressionlessly. As a member of the same organization, I admire your courage, but as a magician, I can only say that it's a bit stupid. Same here. Rin Enben didn't back down and mocked her. You clearly know that I have a natural enemy on my side, but you still sent me an email and asked me out. Aren't you afraid that I'll bring that man with me? He's still holding a grudge about the last time you ran away in such a sorry state until now. You don't have to worry about that. Baget said coldly. Even if I have to fight that unknown person again, I don't think I'll lose. Oh? Rin Enben raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? I'm confident. I'm confident. Baget muttered. Even if I can't win, either way, you're all monsters. Rin Tobasaka curled his lips impatiently. Let's stop chatting. Tell me why you asked me to come here. As a member of the same organization, you've heard of me. You should know what I'm here for, right? Baget's gaze sharpened as she stared at Rin Enben. What's the matter with the rank cards? What? I want to ask about the rank cards. Just like what Baget said, Rin responded without any surprise. The whereabouts of the 7th rank card? Or the Lancer rank card? Why is it in someone else's hands? All of them. Both. Baget frowned. I even suspect that not only the Lancer card, but even the archer card has fallen into someone else's hands, which is that man's hands, right? You're right, you're right. Rin and Osaka admitted. The Lancer and Archer cards have indeed been snatched away. So, if you're thinking that I have the 7th card and that's why you asked me out, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Hearing this, Bajit lowered her head and didn't say anything. After a while, she said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." Why? Why? Rin Enben looked at Bajie suspiciously. What do you mean by why? Why? I don't care if you have the 7th rank card or not. Since the Lancer and Archer rank cards were taken by that man, why do you look like you're on good terms with each other? Bajit tightened the strap of the cylinder in her hand. Can I take your actions as betraying the magic association? What? In other words. Rin Enben sneered. Lord Enforcer of the Seal, are you trying to clean up the traitor for the sake of the magic association? Yes. It has nothing to do with me whether you betrayed the magic association or not. Bajie shook her head. It doesn't matter if you betrayed the magic association or not, it won't affect my mission. Therefore, I won't interfere. What do you mean? This time, it was Rin Enben's turn to frown. You're saying you won't report this to the magic association? Yes. I won't report anything that has nothing to do with my mission to the association. Speaking up to this point, Bajit turned around and looked at Rin Tasaka coldly. However, it's a different story if it's related to my mission. You just want to get information from me, right? Rin Enben shrugged helplessly. Information on the 7th rank card. I have no intention of reporting this to the association, but I hope you can give me what I need. Bajie said without any change in her expression. Give me the information on the 7th rank card. This might be the last time we meet. A deal? Rin Enben sneered. As expected of the Magic Association, you're willing to do anything to complete your mission. Bajie didn't say anything, she just stared at Rin Enben like a lion staring at its prey. Rin Enben knew what was going on. If he didn't give Bajie the information on the 7th rank card, Bajie would have charged at him. He was truly a madman. Rin Enben smiled bitterly and gave an answer. The 7th rank card hasn't been recycled yet. Are you messing with me? Bajie's eyes turned cold. There's no longer a source of distorted mana in Fuyuki City, right? Yes. That's because this rank card is on the main branch of the ley line. Rin Enben said without changing his expression. That's a corner of the main trunk of the ley line that even the Magic Association can't detect. Over there, the distorted mana emitted by the rank card has mixed with the mana of the ley line. Coupled with the depth of the ley line, no one can find its location except for House and Osaka, the miner of the ley line. The main branch of the ley line. Bajie clenched her teeth. The place returned to silence. Phew. Bajie exhaled after a while. Let's make a deal. Chapter 1539. Retrieving the 8th rank card with Bajit? Everyone had gathered in the Eiderfeld residence's guest hall. Cries of surprise filled the entire space at the same time. What's going on? Wu Yan, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked Rin Enben, who was standing at the head of the table. How did Bajit know about the existence of the 8th rank card? Aren't you the only one who can detect the veins of the earth? Yes. So, I'm the one who revealed the existence of the 8th rank card to Bajit. In front of everyone present, Rin and Osaka said something that shocked everyone. He even had a devilish smile on his face. Of course, Bajit didn't know about the 8th rank card. She thought the 8th rank card was the 7th rank card. She thought the 8th rank card was the 7th rank card? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Rin, don't keep us guessing. Blackie said with dissatisfaction. What's going on? What? Who do you think I'm doing this for? Hearing Xiao Hei's dissatisfied words, Rin Tozaka knocked Xiao Hei's head hard, causing Xiao Hei to cry out in pain. It's because of you that I revealed the existence of the 8th grade card. Because of me? Little Black, who was hugging his head, was slightly taken aback. Because of Blackie? Many of the young ladies were also puzzled. Wu Yan was the only one who asked with uncertainty. Is it because you want Bajit to change her target to the 8th rank card? Correct. Correct. Rin Enben snapped his fingers. That's why Barget thought it was the 7th profession card when I told her that the 8th profession card was in the depths of the underground. I'm starting to understand. Mikoto nodded. Because Bajit has been looking for the 7th rank card in Fuyuki City, she's likely to target Blackie. So, if Bajit thought the 7th rank card wasn't retrieved yet and it's deep underground, then Bajit wouldn't look for the 7th rank card. She wouldn't be able to target Blackie. It's not just Bajit. Rin Enben nodded with a serious expression. Master once said, there are many people in the Magic Association who are eyeing the 7th rank card. This time, someone sent Bajit. Then, the next time, the other higher-ups will also send people to plunder the rank cards. And they might also target Blackie, right? Hinajaku nodded as well. I see. You want the people from the Magic Association to mistake the 8th card as the 7th card, so that Xiao Hei can escape the danger of being targeted, right? Yes. I can't say that Blackie is completely free from the eyes of others. Rin Enben sighed. After all, Xiao Hei has the power of an archer in his body. Once Xiao Hei uses the power of an archer, he will still be exposed. If that's the case, why don't we just let Bajit wander around Fuyuki City looking for the 7th rank card? Livia said in an annoyed tone. You're going to expose the 8th rank card like this? Won't we have one more powerful enemy when we retrieve the card? But I can also guarantee that there will only be one strong enemy and no more. Rin Enben turned around and took out a piece of paper from his bag and spread it on the table. Take a look at this. Hearing Rin Enben's words, everyone focused their attention on the paper. On that piece of paper, the names of the people were listed in a row. This is... Livia was shocked. Isn't this a list of the higher-ups in the Magic Association? A list of the higher-ups in the Magic Association? Everyone turned to look at Rin and Osaka in confusion. This is the list Bajit gave me. Rin Enben smiled. To be precise, this is the list of the higher-ups in the Magic Association who are eyeing the rank card. The list of the higher-ups in the Magic Association who are eyeing the rank card. Wu Yan took the list from the table. Why did Bajit give you this list? As a reward for letting her go with us to retrieve the rank cards. Rin Enben snatched the list from Wu Yan's hand and he waved it around in front of everyone. As I said just now, there are many people in the Magic Association who have their eyes on the class cards, and these people are very likely to send people to find the owner of the class cards or even the acting master to take back the class cards to make trouble for us. Now, these people who might bring us trouble are all here. Rin Enben said as he looked at the crowd. If we give this list to the master, he'll be able to restrain the higher-ups of the Magic Association who are trying to steal the rank cards. They won't be able to send anyone, and we won't be troubled for no reason anymore. Hearing this, everyone present looked at each other in 2s and 3s and nodded. This is indeed a good thing. If we can make Bajit look away from Xiao Hei and we can guarantee that no one will come after us, it's not a bad deal. Rin Enben shrugged. However, we'll have one more competitor when we retrieve the 8th rank card. In a way, this is a good thing. Wu Yan tapped on the table. This time, our opponent will be much stronger than the heroic spirits we've faced before. It's hard to say if we'll be able to retrieve the rank card. With Bajit's help, the situation might be better for us. Better? Think about it. Wu Yan chuckled as the girls looked at him in confusion. Bajit's combat power is terrifying. She also has the flagellak. She's almost invincible against the heroic spirits who use their noble phantasm as their last resort. With her around, it'll be much easier to retrieve the 8th rank card. Wait until Bajit defeats the heroic spirit with her flagellak and gets the 8th tier card. One day, she will come looking for me, the one with the other tier cards. Wu Yan snickered. By then, I'll be able to snatch the rank card from Bajit. It'll be much easier to deal with than an unknown heroic spirit. The girls rolled their eyes when they heard this. However, Wu Yan's words are accurate. Compared to the heroic spirit that they had no idea about but was sure to be stronger than the heroic spirits they've faced before, it was much easier for Wu Yan to deal with Bajit. After all, Bajit's flagellak couldn't kill Wu Yan while Wu Yan could kill Bajit with his noble phantasm. He was Bajit's natural enemy. If that's the case, Xiaohe won't be able to fight as well, right? Chuju glanced at Xiaohe. Once Xiaohe fights, the fact that she has the archer rank card will be exposed, huh? Xiaohe slumped on the table in disappointment. What's going on? No. It's not just Xiaohe. Wu Yan said. Other than me, Chuju, and Mikoto, the rest of you won't have to fight. Huh? Other than Hinajaku and Mikoto, the rest of the girls were all shocked. Why? Because it's too dangerous. Wu Yan said without hesitation. You know that our opponent this time is much stronger than the heroic spirits we've faced before. Your combat power is severely lacking, right? Rin, Ruvia, Iria, and Mio were speechless at Wu Yan's words. I know you guys want to join the battle, but the problem is no longer about how to retrieve cards. Instead, you need to figure out a way to get the mana stuck on the main branch of the ley line to make sure the ley line is in chaos. Wu Yan said in a serious tone. As for this matter, it's enough for us to handle it. I think so too. Mikoto agreed. The level of the battle this time is too high. If you guys fight, it'll affect the outcome. So, if it's possible, you guys should be our backups. For the sake of the big picture, please forgive us. Chuju comforted Iria, Mio, and Xiaohe. It's for your own good. Rin and Osaka and the others fell silent. I have to say, this is the best way. Rin Enben sighed. We have no choice but to be the backups, that's right. Wu Yan stood up and looked out the window. Next, we just have to wait for the underground tunnel to be completed. Chapter 1540. So this is where the 8th rank card is? On a beach near Fuyuki City, Wu Yan looked at the construction site surrounded by walls. He listened to the noises coming from the construction site and he said with admiration. It's amazing to be able to reach this stage in such a short time. There's a saying in this world, money makes the world go round. Livia covered her mouth with a hand and laughed out loud. If you throw in the money, you can shorten the project to a satisfactory level. Nouveau riche. Rin and Osaka muttered unhappily. Damn it, why is this guy so rich? But I didn't expect the main vein of Fuyuki City to be under the beach. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that the closer to the beach, the more active the vein is? Does the vein need to absorb water? This is just an underground passage that leads to the mirror world where the rank card is. It doesn't mean the card is under here. Rin and Osaka folded his arms. We can't just dig on the surface where the card is, right? What if the place is in the city? That's true. Wu Yan shrugged and looked at the noisy construction site. So, when will the underground passage be completed? Actually, the underground passage is already in the final stage of processing. Livia said seriously. Tonight. We'll be able to get to the place where the card is. Tonight, huh? Wu Yan's wine-red eyes glowed with a sharp light. It has been half a month since Blackie returned to her home after Bajit's attack. In this half a month, everyone lived an ordinary life that was completely uninvolved with troublesome matters. It could be considered as an adjustment before the war. Since only Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were going to fight, Ilya, Mio, and Blackie were forbidden from getting involved in the retrieval of the rank card and returned to their normal lives. That is to say, even if the underground passage is completed tonight. Ilya, Meiyu, and Xiaohe wouldn't come over either. On the other hand, Rin Enben and Livia would come over. This could be considered as preparation work for Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto, as well as taking care of the aftermath of the battle. As for class cards, Rin Tozaka and Livia didn't have much hope. In front of him was Wu Yan, and behind him was Badget. It didn't matter which side he was facing. Rin and Osaka and Livia had no chance of winning. Therefore, the two magician girls no longer asked for a class card. Instead, they simply changed their job to normalizing the ley lines. Of course. Without their rank cards, Rin and Osaka and Livia's plan to take Zelrich as their master would probably be ruined. However, the two young ladies of the prestigious families didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. They resolutely declared that they must find another way to become his apprentice. Wu Yan expressed his support for Rin and Osaka and Livia's enthusiasm on the surface, but he was secretly laughing. After all, in the original work, the two young ladies of the prestigious families were known to be at odds with each other. Zelrich found it troublesome and tactfully chased them away. Now, even if they did find another way to become his apprentice, Zelrich would surely reject them. Well, I can only let these two young ladies work harder. Then, are there no other questions? Wu Yan retracted his gaze from the construction site in front of him and said to Rin and Osaka and Livia. If there are no other questions, let's do it tonight. Tonight? Rin and Osaka and Livia looked at each other and nodded solemnly. Then tonight it is. Tonight. At this moment, a voice sounded from the construction site beside the three of them. When the time comes, I will also come over. Hearing this voice, Wu Yan, Rin and Osaka, and Livia immediately turned their heads and looked over. Over there, Barjet, who was wearing a man's suit and carrying the Flagelac stone ball as usual, was standing straight in front of the construction site, looking into the construction site from afar. Badget. Rin and Osaka and Livia raised their guard. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. This person in front of them doesn't play by the rules. She's a madwoman who only wants to complete her mission. Who knows what she'll do? Don't worry. As if she could sense Rin and Osaka and Livia's actions, Badget's gaze was still fixed on the construction site. She didn't even turn her head as she spoke. Since you don't have a rank card and you have nothing to do with my mission, I have no reason to attack you. After speaking, Badget turned around and stared at Wu Yan with a pair of sharp eyes. Even if I attack you, it will be against my mission target. This is my principle. Badget didn't hide her hostility towards Wu Yan. There's no need for her to hide it. Because of this, the atmosphere became tense. Rin and Osaka and Livia's eyes trembled as they became even more vigilant. I haven't seen you for half a month and your confidence has increased quite a bit. Wu Yan, who had a cold expression since Badget's appearance, sneered at her. Or do you think that you'll be able to defeat me in just half a month? Are you looking down on me? Badget's expression didn't change as she stared at Wu Yan. I haven't found a way to defeat you, but you don't think there's no other way to kill you just because you can't die after being pierced through the heart, right? I don't know if you have a way to kill me. Wu Yan turned his head and looked at the construction site. All you need to know is that if I want to kill you, I don't just have to use the spear of death. Badget tightened her grip on the strap of the tube, and her sharp eyes were filled with murderous intent. I don't like to fight for no reason, but if someone provokes me, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Please allow me to repeat the same words back to you. Wu Yan laughed as if he heard a funny joke. However, there was no laughter in his voice. Instead, it was filled with coldness. After all, Arseel's appointed enforcer is used to the tyrannical behavior of provoking others but not allowing others to provoke her. Badget's eyes turned cold. She clenched the hand that wasn't holding the strap. The rune-covered gloves suddenly emitted a cyan light that dyed her clenched fist cyan. Oh. You can't wait anymore? Wu Yan stopped smiling and turned around to face Badget. Then, Lord Executor of the Seal, have you brought enough Flagelac? Yes. Badget's cold eyes flashed with anger again, and then a helpless expression appeared on her face. Even though Badget wanted to kill the man in front of her and take his rank card, she couldn't do anything to Wu Yan. His Flagelac was ineffective against his opponent, but his opponent had a legendary magic spear that could kill him in one hit, the Spear of Death piercing spear. The situation was too disadvantageous for him. Moreover, Wu Yan has a total of 6 class cards in his possession. Other than the Lancer, Bajit had no idea what kind of treasures the other 5 treasures had. In the past, Bajit didn't need to be afraid of treasures. With the Flagelak, Bajit was definitely invincible when it came to treasures. However, this time, the opponent wasn't afraid of Bajit's Flagelak. Therefore, the treasures that she didn't need to be wary of would become a threat to her. Aside from knowing that Wu Yan can use the Spear of Death piercing spear and that strange white flame, she didn't know anything about Wu Yan's combat prowess. If they fought, it would be too disadvantageous for her. At that moment, Barzit suppressed her inner emotions and spoke coldly. I hope you can be as arrogant in the battle tonight. After saying that, Bajit turned around and left without looking back. Heh. Wu Yan shrugged while looking at Bajit's back. I hope you can perform well tonight and get a rank card so I can take it from you. Rin Enban and Livia were speechless. Chapter 1541. Tonight, the night is cold and chilling. Even though the sky is clear and there's nothing to block the moonlight and starlight, there's no reason for this night to feel oppressive. Of course, not everyone under the night sky feels the same way. Only a small portion of the people would feel oppressed in this moonlit night, which wasn't too bad. As for Fuyuki City, it's still going on with its daily routine. The waves kept crashing and crashing against the dimly colored beach, like an army invading other people's territory, wetting every grain of sand and gravel, but after a while, they retreated as if they couldn't continue anymore. The waves kept crashing and crashing against the beach, like an army invading other people's territory. On this beach that's filled with cold night air, the underground tunnel that's surrounded by a construction wall looks out of place. It's an eyesore. Come to think of it, let alone at night, even if it was daytime, if someone were to play on this beach, they would definitely be disappointed by this incongruous construction site, right? Fortunately, tonight, the only sound that's heard is the crashing of the waves on the beach. There's also the clanging of footsteps in the underground tunnel. It was a circular passageway that was only 4 to 5 meters wide. It extended all the way down into the ground. In the interior of this passageway, there was nothing except for the bricks that covered the walls and the stairs that led to the underground. There were only bricks and stairs in this passageway. A few people walked down the stairs with clear footsteps. A gust of cold wind blew down from the entrance of the passageway without any warning. It was like a chilly wind that led straight to hell. It mercilessly hit the people who were still walking down the long stairs, causing everyone to shiver. SSS. Hinagiku couldn't help but hug her own shoulders and shudder. Ugh, it's so cold. It's unavoidable to be cold at the beach at night. Even though she said that, her face is pale. She looked at her own body and complained. Plus, under these circumstances, we're still wearing which clothing that's good at ventilation but not good at keeping out the cold. I've been meaning to ask. Rin, who's walking in front, turned around with a sullen expression. Why would you want to wear which clothing in such an important battle? I can't say that your taste is bad. Livia sighed as she walked down the stairs. I can only say that I don't understand, although it's a bit childish to wear this kind of costume in this kind of situation, but don't underestimate it. Hinagiku opened her arms and revealed a red and white witch costume. It's all thanks to him. Last time, we were punched by the berserker more than 10 times, but we were still fine. You were punched by a berserker and you're fine? Rin and Osaka looked at Hinagiku and Mikoto's robes again in shock. You were fine last time because of this? I thought the two of you were performing some kind of magic. Livia began to examine the two girls' robes. Is this some sort of a magic costume? I've never heard of a magic costume with such strong defense. Well, it's a bit troublesome to explain. Mikoto brushed her bangs away from her forehead. Her long sleeves fluttered in the air, making this action less heroic and more elegant. Just think of it as a magic costume, I say. Wu Yan, who's walking at the front, or rather at the bottom, said helplessly as he listened to the girls' conversation. We're literally rushing to the battlefield. Is it really okay for you to chat so casually? Humph. Rin's grumpy expression turned into one of annoyance when he heard Wu Yan's response. It's not like we're going to fight, right? Are you still going to blame me? Wu Yan's helplessness deepened. Who do you think we're doing this for? Who do you think we're doing this for? Rin turned his head away in annoyance. Don't worry about other people's safety and end up dying in the mirror realm. That's not going to look good. Hinagiku blinked her eyes and said with uncertainty. Are you worried about us, Rin? Who's worried about you? Rin raised his voice and looked a little agitated. I'm not worried about you. Hey, Rin, do you know what people call this behavior of yours? Mikoto mocked Rin who expressed his thoughts with his expression. It was as if he admitted to Chiju's words. People call this behavior of yours Tsundere. Ha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. It's really interesting for you to say something like that. I don't care anymore. Rin yelled and quickened his steps. Let's get down there. Amidst the commotion, the group of 5 continued to walk in the echoing underground tunnel. After walking for an unknown period of time, the surface finally appeared in their field of vision. Stepping on the ice-cold stairs and braving the cold wind, the group of 5 finally reached the end of the underground tunnel. The scene that appeared before everyone's eyes was a rather spacious basement that was similarly paved with bricks. Other than that, there was nothing else in the basement. We're here. Luvia's voice sounded a little depressed as she looked at the basement. If we open the portal to the imaginary realm from here, we'll be able to jump to the mirror realm at midnight, so, this is the place. Wu Yan, Chiju, and Mikoto looked at the empty basement. Is it really okay? Rin couldn't help but ask. That's a heroic spirit that can't even be compared to that Saber, who has superb sword skills, and that Berserker, who is like a monster. If you're afraid of your opponent's strength, then leave. This sentence didn't come from Wu Yan, Chiju, or Mikoto. It came from the staircase. The group of 5 looked at the source of the voice and saw Badget walking over with a barrel on her back. As a competitor, I'm only happy that all of you are leaving. Badget walked past everyone as if there was no one around her. She walked to the front of everyone and left them with only her back view. However, as a pure magician, I'm not happy that you're afraid. Don't lump everyone together with a battle maniac like you. Luvia snorted. A magician can't be afraid? Who gave you that idea? Yes, at least, in my memory, no one taught me what fear is. Badget tilted her head and glanced at Wu Yan. Even in the face of death, is that all you want to say? This time, Wu Yan didn't treat Badget coldly. He also didn't try to suppress his emotions. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. As the opening speech of the competition, it's a bit boring, unfortunately. I don't have the education that requires me to make an interesting opening speech. Badgetter seemed to be a little surprised by his speechless performance. However, she ignored him after a while and tightened the strap of the cylinder in her hand. Moreover, this competition should be very beneficial to me, right? Once the opponent uses a noble artifact, basically, if nothing unexpected happens, you'll win. Mikoto said eagerly. But before that, we'll take care of our opponent. Is that so? Badget turned around and showed her back to the crowd. I hope so. Let's stop chatting. Luvia looked at her pocket watch. It's about time. Let's go. Wu Yan said without hesitation. Let's start the competition. Then, an intricate geometrical pattern with dazzling light spread out from under Wu Yan, Hinagiku, Mikoto, and even Badget's feet. It started spinning like a disc playing a movie. Be careful. Rin and Osaka finally shouted. Don't die. In response to Rin and Osaka's words, 3 waving hands were raised. Immediately, the colorful brilliance shrouded the 4 people who were trapped in the area covered by the precise geometric pattern and illuminated the entire underground basement. Not long after, the multicolored brilliance dimmed, and the intricate geometric pattern also slowly disappeared. Along with him, the group of 4 disappeared as well. Rin and Osaka and Luvia both stared ahead in silence for a long time. Chapter 1542. Their vision is distorted. Their thoughts are in chaos. Time is flying. The world is shifting. Maybe a minute. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe an hour. Maybe 10 hours. Maybe 1 day. 10 days. 100 days. 1,000 days. Everyone felt that the journey to the mirror realm was so long and boring. It felt like thousands of years, but it also felt like an instant. They couldn't tell how much time had passed. In front of their eyes was a field of white. Their sense of direction was swaying along with their vision. As if they were in a manhua mirror, there was nothing in this world, only a dazzling halo. But this feeling didn't last for long. When everyone's brains started to function normally and their thoughts returned, the feeling of stepping on solid ground returned to their bodies. Their vision gradually returned to normal as well. However, before everyone could open their eyes and look at the enemy they were about to face, an extremely dense chill suddenly surged in their bodies that had just regained their sense of substance. Because even if they didn't see it, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget could feel it. In the air, an extremely oppressive and terrifying malice as thick as a bottomless swamp was gradually growing with their arrival. Their heads, which had just regained their ability to operate, suddenly shook, causing everyone to tense up. They opened their eyes abruptly and looked forward. Then, everyone, including Wu Yan, sucked in a breath of cold air. Their gasps echoed throughout the entire mirror realm. It was still the same deep underground basement, and it was still the same empty space that was covered with bricks. But in this basement, it was exactly the same as before. There was something. It wasn't there before. A shadow. To be more precise, it was made of shadows. It was incomparably turbid, like filthy mud, constantly twisting and turning, only having the wheel of a human. A monster whose face couldn't even be seen clearly. Yes. In just one encounter, the first adjective that appeared in everyone's mind was the word monster. It wasn't just because the opponent was a muddy mud man with only the wheel of a human. Moreover, it was because on the muddy clay figurine in front of the mirror world, there were incomparably black and violent storm-like black fog dancing crazily. It was the same as the previous saber, it could reflect magic. It could also reflect magic, and to a certain extent, it was immune to damage. Only melee combatants could deal with this high-density magic mist. No. Compared to the saber, this human-shaped creature's magic mist was even more terrifying. If one said, the magic mist on saber was only considered as a small wave, but the magic mist on the muddy man before Kirin was enough to form a real storm. How terrifying. Archer, level 79. The muddy black mist was swinging back and forth in the air like a whip, bringing with it a whistling sound. In the air, the thick, viscous liquid pressure was like a snake that had found its target. In the blink of an eye, it crawled into the hearts of the uninvited guests and began to gnaw on them. Looking at the muddy mud man that was emitting an unusual amount of malice, for a moment, everyone's mind went blank. Even Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto's perceptive sense activated subconsciously, but their minds didn't respond. Archer. Just as Wu Yan had hoped, this muddy mud man in front of them was the second archer rank card. It's a pity that the archer is surrounded by a storm-like black mist. Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Mikoto aren't in the mood to be happy about it. Not to mention, the real shock was yet to come. Swoosh 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 swoosh. At a certain moment, the pitch-black gas that was waving wildly in the not-so-vast space suddenly paused. Like a shark that had smelled blood, it turned around, and with a shrill and sharp cry, it swept across the atmosphere, or turned into a long whip, or turned into the tip of a spear, and attacked everyone present. It might sound complicated, but in actuality, from the real domain to the imaginary domain's mirror realm, to the sudden attack of the black mist, the entire process took no more than 2 to 3 seconds. Otherwise, the four of them, who had been through hundreds of battles, wouldn't have still been unable to react from the clear understanding of the enemy until now. It wasn't until the shrill cry that the four of them woke up from their stupor. They quickly stomped on the ground and scattered in all directions. Bam 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 bam, in the next second, the seemingly sturdy ground was mercilessly penetrated and exploded as if it was hit by a cannonball. That mana fog. Hinagiku, who was the fastest and also the fastest to dodge it, was shocked by the sight. It can still attack? Attack! Wu Yan, who retreated to the left, yelled without hesitation. The enemy is more troublesome than we thought. It's not the time to care about other things. Don't worry about the competition. Everyone attack. Got it. Chuju and Mikoto replied. Wise choice. Bijit threw away the cylinder in her hand and clenched her fists. A pair of rune gloves emitted a green glow. Don't hold back. With a flash, he retreated to the back. The space behind him rippled like the surface of the water. Black swords, spears, swords and all sorts of treasures came out of the ripples and aimed at the archer. Let's go. Hinagiku and Badget stomped on the ground with all their might, causing the ground to crack and form a crater as they charged towards the archer. Mikoto. We'll cover them. Okay. Mikoto came to Wu Yan's side and raised her hand. Blue and white lightning flashed on her body. Whoosh. In the air, the pitch-black mana fog whizzed through the air like a gust of wind, leaving afterimages in its wake as it shot down toward Hinagiku and Bathjet. It's not hard to imagine what would happen if they were hit. Whoosh, beep beep, however, the pitch-black magic fog that was as sharp as arrows streaked across the sky and shot downwards. Pitch-black noble artifacts cut through the atmosphere and shot out like bullets. Other than the pitch-black precious artifact rain, the bluish-white streaks of electricity seemed to have transformed into whips as they rubbed against the atmosphere of this world, violently flinging past. Bang 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 bang, bang, suddenly, the pitch-black rain of relic and the rich blue and white electric current passed through the space as if they were waiting for the mana mist to come to them. They collided with the mana mist that was falling from the sky. In an instant, the mana fog that was shot down like arrows was either destroyed by the pitch-black rain of noble relics or collided with the blue and white electric current, resulting in a strong explosion. With the protection of the black mana fog and the blue and white lightning flashes, Chuju and Bijit arrived at the archer's mana fog. The black shadow with only human wheels opened its mouth and wriggled twice. The part that looked like a hand also began to gently lift up. It won't be that easy. However, before the archer could move, Wu Yan and Mikoto moved first. The pitch-black rain of noble phantasm and the blue-white electric current that collided with the high-density mana fog in midair dispersed the black mist. Just like how the mana fog attacked Hinagiku and Bathjet, it drew a perfect arc and fell to the ground. Bang 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 bang, in the continuous explosion, the black mana fog and blue and white lightning flashes landed on the archer's mana fog and blasted the ground, setting off a thick cloud of dust. Now! Seeing this, Hinagiku and Bijit's eyes lit up at the same time. One raised her white cherry while the other raised her fist that glowed with blue light. Mixed with a violent ki, they broke through the smoke in front of them and rushed into the center of the smoke to attack a blurry black figure, just as Hinagiku and Bijit rushed into the dust cloud. Ah! Amidst the dust and smoke, a voice that sounded like a ferocious ghost's howl resounded throughout the entire mirror world for a long time. Chapter 1543. Ah! Passing through the thick smoke and dust, the pitch-black magic fog, and the eardrums of everyone present, the incomparably shrill cry turned into an echo, spreading out as if it had substance. With such an ominous voice, there was no doubt that it belonged to the dark heroic spirit of the archer. However, this was not a scream. It was an angry roar. Ding! When the shrill cry faded away, the sound of a door being unlocked rang out from within the thick dust cloud. Whoosh! Soon after, numerous blurry black figures rose from the dense dust and shot into the air. They scattered the dense dust and blasted the two figures away like they were trash. Under Wu Yan and Mikoto's watchful eyes, the two figures that were sent flying fell to the ground with a loud crash. They slid across the ground and landed right in front of them. They were Chuju and Bijit. However, compared to the time when they dashed out and attacked the archer valiantly, the two girls looked completely different now. Hinajaku, on the other hand, was still fine. Her face had a tinge of pain and her robe was emitting a blurry layer of light. Although she looked a little wretched, she didn't suffer any injuries. Come to think of it, the moving church had probably protected her. But Badget's appearance was miserable to the extreme. Bayette, who had fallen to the ground, had weapons all over her body. There were swords and sabers. There were spears, halberds, and sharp weapons that mercilessly pierced through Badget's body, the front end of which was deeply embedded in her body. Blood splattered everywhere. The ground was dyed red. Chuju! Mikoto cried out in alarm and hurriedly helped Chuju up from the ground. This is... Wu Yan looked at the weapon that pierced through Badget's body. His expression finally changed. A relic? That was right. The weapons that pierced through Badget's body were all treasures. It was only at this moment that everyone saw it clearly. Up ahead. Beneath the muddy archer, a sticky substance that looked like mud was disregarding the obstruction on the ground. It was like magma that came out from the ground and started to spread on the ground around the archer. And in this pitch-black mud, there were sabers, swords, spears, halberds of all shapes and sizes. Weapons that were more diverse than Wu Yan's pitch-black precious artifact that was purely made of iron sand flew out from within. They soared into the sky and floated in midair, motionless. Not long after, the entire sky of the mirror realm was filled with weapons of all shapes and sizes. There were at least tens of thousands of weapons, and at the same time, they were all treasures. It was not like Wu Yan's, which was purely a shortcut. It was made of iron sand and had the power and hardness of a relic. There was nothing else. It was made of fantasy, belief, and miracles. It was the ultimate weapon that was only used by the legendary heroes. A hero spirit that can use tens of thousands of treasures. Wu Yan's face turned pale. Born from the beliefs of humans, the heroic spirits of the great heroes in myths, legends, and history all possessed the powerful weapons that symbolized the legends they had used when they were alive. This kind of weapon was the so-called precious artifact. Usually, a hero spirit would only have one type of precious artifact. A few special hero spirits could have multiple precious artifacts, but at most, they would not have three at the same time. However, in the sky that covered the entire mirror realm, tens of thousands of weapons were all precious artifacts. They were genuine precious artifacts. Wu Yan knew that there was only one hero spirit that could have such an extraordinary number of precious artifacts. Gilgamesh. 2/3 of his existence was a god, and the remaining 1/3 was a human. He was the oldest king of humans, the legendary hero king, Gilgamesh. When he was a king, he had collected all the treasures in the world from the era that he ruled. He was a selfish, proud, and arrogant king. However, because of his actions when he was alive, Gilgamesh had collected all the treasures in the world in his treasure vault. In this treasure vault, there were prototypes of precious artifacts that helped the heroes that were qualified to become hero spirits in the future. There were also prototypes of monsters that had taken the heroes' lives. Therefore, in this treasure trove, there were countless prototypes of all the treasures. This treasure vault, even after Gilgamesh died and turned into a hero spirit, became a precious artifact that symbolized his legends and was used by Gilgamesh. It was also because of this precious artifact that stored all the prototypes of precious artifacts that Gilgamesh was known as the strongest hero spirit. This precious artifact that stored all the prototypes of precious artifacts was called Gate of Babylon. It was exactly the same as the Gate of Babylon that Wu Yan had been using. However, Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon contained all the prototypes of noble artifacts. Wu Yan's Gate of Babylon didn't have that many collections. Even though Wu Yan's Gate of Babylon had countless noble relics, the noble relics in his Gate of Babylon were only made up of iron sand. They were powerful, but they did not have the special abilities of the legendary noble relics. As for the treasures in Gilgamesh's Treasure of the King, they all had the same abilities as when they were active in myths, legends, and history. The two of them were not on the same level. Unfortunately, looking at the black mud that was spreading on the ground, Wu Yan sneered. He did not know whether it was mockery or pity. Even if the foundation inside still exists, such an ugly thing can no longer be called the king's treasure. No one knew if it had heard Wu Yan's words, but the true identity of the oldest king of the human race. The monster let out a roar similar to resentment, raising its head and roaring madly. Then, the treasures that covered the entire area tilted and pointed towards the direction of Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget. If all of these treasures were to fall from the sky, Chuju and Mikoto might not be able to escape unscathed even with the protection of the moving church. What's more, if any of these treasures were effective against the undead, then even Wu Yan wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and even Badget, who was still on the ground, felt their scalps go numb as they looked at the countless noble phantoms. Following the archer's roar, a rain of noble phantoms began to fall from the sky, like bullets. Sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and all sorts of treasures created a frenzied sound of breaking through the air and shaking the air. They shot towards the incomparably tiny four people standing on the ground, covering the sky and covering the earth. Chuju. Mikoto. Hide behind me. He didn't have the time to think about it, he didn't have the energy to spare. He flashed in front of the two girls and raised his palm. In the next moment, waves of iron sand surged out from the crimson spatial ripples. They rolled like waves, forming walls that overlapped and blocked above the four of them. Bang 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 bang. As soon as the iron sand walls were formed, a violent tremor and explosion came from the top of the wall, causing the thick black walls to tremble and scatter black particles. Fortunately, the iron sand was also a noble phantasm. Although it didn't have any special abilities, it still had the hardness of a noble phantasm. That's why it could withstand the torrential rain of noble phantoms. Otherwise, if it were a normal iron sand, it would have been broken into pieces by now. Unfortunately, even if it was a noble phantasm, the iron sand walls couldn't withstand the rain of noble phantoms. Sooner or later, they would shatter. When that happens, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto would be defeated. We can't go on like this. Hinajika's grip on White Cherry was so tight that her joints were cracking. We'll definitely lose if we defend passively. We have to take the initiative to attack. Mikoto gritted her teeth. Yen. Think of something. I know. Wu Yan had already raised his other hand in front of him, sweat dripping down his forehead. But I can't give up on defense, or else we'll be finished. Then let's. Chuju and Mikoto had just opened their mouths when a shadow suddenly rushed out from the side. Chapter 1544. Swish 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 swish, in the sky, the treasures fell like raindrops. If Qing was pouring rain, she only aimed at one corner of the mirror world, shooting indiscriminately. Bam 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 bam, it was the sound of noble phantasms shooting at the black iron sand walls that were starting to crack. Dong 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 dong. This was the sound of noble phantasms shooting at the ground that was covered with bricks. It was the sound of noble phantasms shooting at the ground. This is the sound of the iron sand flowing out from the gate of Babylon. Compared to the deafening explosion, the sound of the iron sand flying in the air is much weaker. Peng, it was the sound of a person who transformed into an afterimage and shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring, a heroic spirit of the most ancient king who was gradually approaching the level of an archer stepped on the ground. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the figure that had lost its protection and was completely exposed to the shooting range of the noble artifacts. Bayet. The person who rushed out as if she was going to die was Bajit, who had pulled out all the noble artifacts that pierced through her body. Her body was covered in blood. At this point, the blood dripping from Bajit's body had stopped. She was like a standard berserker as she charged towards the archer without any expression on her face. You were injured so badly. It could even be considered a fatal injury, yet he could still continue to fight? Mikoto was stunned. What a mess. I almost forgot. She's a troublesome person who can't be defeated or killed. Chuja resisted the urge to rush out and said in a deep voice. However, isn't this just courting death? Indeed, Badget had completely exposed herself to the range of the noble phantasm that covered the entire sky. There was no obstacle at all. The Tempest relic poured down and shot towards the tiny being on the ground without any mercy. Come on, Bajit stared at the rain of relics that fell from the sky and covered her entire field of vision as if she was challenging them. He raised one of his fists. It's over. After saying this, a lead-colored ball floated out from Badget's back like a ghost and landed on her raised fist. With a fearless attitude. In the face of the rain of relics that poured down from the sky. Instead of retreating, Badget advanced. He increased his sprinting speed. At the same time, the lead ball floating above Badget's fist also burst out with bright electric light. The electric light turned into a dazzling light, enveloping the entire lead-like stone ball. When the light dissipated, a ring with runes engraved on its back and a short sword blade with runes engraved on its blade appeared on the stone ball. He stared straight ahead without letting go for a moment. Badget looked at the archer that was roaring behind the noble phantasm that covered the sky and the earth. He accumulated all the strength in his fist. Until Badget and the noble phantasm that covered the sky and the earth collided within a meter of each other, on his fist, the real form of the Flagelak was displayed. The magic formation on his fist shone brightly. Flagelak slash. It was as if he was declaring that he was overestimating himself. Badget used his only noble phantasm that was at an absolute disadvantage against the noble phantasm that covered the sky and the earth. It was as if he was throwing a heavy punch. In an instant, a stream of light shot out from the Flagelak, passing through space and time. In a thousandth of a second, it hit the noble phantasm that covered the sky. It was the intersection of a point and a surface. There were all kinds of noble phantasm that covered the entire field of vision. A stream of light that was only 2 fingers wide was heading straight for him. It was as if the tip of a needle was pointing at a tall city wall or a harpoon was aiming at a stormy sea. It was so overconfident and ignorant. It was indeed a small and sharp phosphorescent light that was as small as a needle. However, this streak of phosphorescent light was not even worth mentioning when compared to the torrential storm formed by tens of thousands of noble artifacts. The phosphorescent light that was quickly submerged passed through the ocean-like waves of noble artifacts and flashed out from within. The lightning-fast attack was as if it was invisible from the start. None of the noble phantasm could touch it. Therefore, it turned into a deadly beam of light, splitting the space in half. Before anyone could react, the beam of light pierced into the archer's heart. The archer's roar that made people uncomfortable stopped abruptly. The noble phantasm called Flagelak had the ability to reverse time and distort cause and effect. It pierced through the archer's heart before he used his noble phantasm, destroying his heart. Ding! There was another sound that sounded like a door being unlocked. All the noble phantasms that covered the entire mirror realm disappeared. Everything returned to its original state. This was because the Flagelak had returned to the time when the archer had not released his noble phantasm and pierced through the archer's heart. Therefore, the archer's noble phantasm was erased. All the noble phantasms that were used by the archer disappeared. At the archer's heart area, everyone could clearly see it. A small hole appeared right there. It was the size of a pebble. It was an insignificant hole, but it froze the muddy mud man that was surrounded by a storm-like mana mist. It could no longer move. Dong, the abandoned stone ball, which had lost its lead color, fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Mikoto looked at the motionless archer and said with uncertainty. It's over. It's over. Wu Yen focused his attention on the archer. If it's that easy, then it's best. Before he could finish his sentence, everyone present felt as if their scalps were about to explode. Their faces were filled with shock as they took a step back. The archer, who couldn't move at all, suddenly raised his head and grinned from what seemed to be his mouth. Then, a stream of black mud suddenly appeared around Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget and surrounded them. Not good. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk as he shouted. Retreat. She still couldn't finish her sentence. Weapons began to emerge from the black mud that surrounded everyone. The sharp tips of the weapons were aimed at Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget's heads. Cold, sharp glints flashed on top of the weapons. Then, all the treasures that emerged from the pitch-black mud that surrounded everyone attacked everyone's heads from all directions. Bam! Different types of treasures collided with each other. Some struck the ground, and some shot out, but they shot into the pitch-black mud. The four figures were instantly covered by the luxurious rain of treasures, and rings of flames exploded. A small portion of the dark magic mist flowed into the archer's body. When the dark magic mist flowed into the archer's chest, his heart that was pierced by the flagellum instantly recovered. Not only could the dark magic mist be used for defense, but it could also be used for attack. It was extremely useful for both offense and defense. Now, it had taken on a completely new role. It could heal its master's body. Furthermore, the archer's body was the oldest human king, the hero king who possessed all the treasures in the world, the strongest hero king, Gilgamesh. It couldn't be defeated. It couldn't be killed. It couldn't be defeated. This was the worst enemy he had ever encountered. Chapter 1545. Cough cough, this damned parvenu. In the midst of the dense flames that exploded from the noble phantasm, a scolding voice rose together with a magical whirlwind. The voice was transmitted into everyone's ears, and it also swept away the flames that covered everyone. Inside, Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget were coughing rather miserably. Each of them was surrounded by a pitch-black sword wall with holes of various sizes. At the critical moment, Wu Yan built a wall of swords to block the attacks. At the same time, he used his space teleportation magic to move the rest of the wall of swords to the other three ladies, saving them. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's timely reaction and actions, Chuju and Mikoto, who were protected by the moving church, would have been fine, but Badget would have been dead for sure. After all, Badget had just used a resurrection rune not long ago. She might not be able to resurrect yet. Of course, Wu Yan didn't consciously save Badget, who wanted to kill Chuju and Mikoto. He might have even left her alone, but the situation at that time didn't give him time to think so much, so he subconsciously saved her as well. Wu Yan, who was still coughing, smiled bitterly as the dark archer let out a dissatisfied hiss. Even if you lose your rationality, you will still be able to do it. Was he only left with his instincts, and he still didn't allow anyone to get in his way? Your arrogance has become your instinct, hasn't it? The archer, the ancient king, roared again. Black mud started to rumble around his body. Damn it. Even Badget couldn't help but curse in the face of this situation. There has to be a limit no matter how much he messes around. The number of noble artifacts and the pitch-black magic mist that can heal the body. I really hope that this is just a nightmare. Unfortunately, this is not a nightmare. Wu Yan waved his hand. All of the pitch-black iron sand swords immediately disintegrated and surged into the air, forming pitch-black precious artifacts. From now on, don't act on your own. Let's work together. Join forces? Bajit frowned. Then, he nodded. But if that's the case, we can't be sure if we can defeat this monster. Who should the rank card belong to? But now isn't the time to think about the card. I agree. Of course we have no objections. Chuju and Mikoto answered without hesitation. The moment the four of them decided to work together, Archer roared angrily. The black mud around him churned even more violently. Although he wasn't sure if it was because the archer had lost his mind and turned into a dark spirit that the gate of Babylon became like this, there was no doubt that the archer's noble gear was taken out from the gate of Babylon. The black mist of magic could also heal the body of an archer, even if it was a fatal wound to the heart. As mentioned before, this archer couldn't be defeated, couldn't be killed, and even more likely couldn't be defeated. But now, I have no choice but to attack. Wu Yan's body surged with an astonishing amount of magic power, which rushed out in all directions like a storm. At the same time, Chuju tightened her grip on White Cherry's hand, and a cold light flashed across the crystal-like sword like a waterfall. Then, she dashed towards the archer. Ah! Seeing Chuju dashing towards it, the archer roared angrily. Its body that was twisted like black mud rose up, and the surrounding black mud shook like an earthquake. It rolled behind the archer and formed a swamp. Immediately after, in the pitch-black swamp, the treasures were like lotus flowers that were not stained by the mud. They separated the sticky black mud and shot towards the incoming daisies, creating a sonic boom as they fiercely collided with the daisies. Ha! At the back, Mikoto let out a delicate shout. Her entire body exploded with blue and white lightning, all of it gathered in her hands, forming a ray of light. With a wave of her hand, Mikoto shot out, heavily colliding with the incoming treasures. Clang! When the two of them collided, the sound of metal clashing was heard, and sparks flew in the air. However, the archer's noble phantasm was indeed deflected by the dense blue and white lightning. It brushed past Hinajiku's body and shot to both sides. If in response to the archer's cry, the pitch-black mist of mana bounced in the air, and with a whoosh, it turned into a blurry shadow of a whip and lashed out at Hinajiku, who was charging at him. Facing the dark magic fog, Chuju seemed to be more relaxed than when she was facing the noble gear. She didn't panic at all. Her footsteps were light and straightforward. It was as if she was skating on ice. Every time she slid, she would be able to dodge the whip by a hair's breadth. Her speed didn't decrease at all as she continued to rush forward. Looking at the Hinajiku that was charging at him at an extremely fast speed, the archer slightly lowered his voice. Behind him, the turbid black mud swamp rolled up. It seemed like it wanted to shoot out a noble artifact again. However, Kacha, the black mud vortex behind the archer and the black mud on standby around the archer all made the same sound. That was because on top of the black mud, a layer of hard ice suddenly spread out and slowly engulfed the black mud and froze it. The archer's twisted body trembled. It raised its head and looked forward. At the back of everyone, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were emitting a terrifying light. His body surged with magical power and turned into a white frost. It was unknown when the frost wrapped around the black mud and froze it. That was the ice-controlling ability of the Enchantress of Azure Ice. The archer, who had lost his mind, couldn't understand the current situation. His movements were all stiff. So, at this time, Hinajiku successfully arrived in front of Archer. White Cherry in her hand slashed the space in front of her, drawing 2 sword slashes, and suddenly flashed on Archer's body. Poochie. Poochie. 2 ripping sounds echoed clearly in the mirror world. 2 turbid black arms flew into the sky and landed on the ground, turning into pure black mud. Chuju wasn't sure if the archer could feel pain, but she didn't give the archer a chance to react. Her White Cherry drew a 3rd arc in the air and struck the archer from the bottom up. Poochie, Whoosh. Then, another air-piercing sound came from behind the archer. Shortly after, a green fist with a majestic force landed squarely on the back of the archer. Bang! After receiving such a heavy blow, even if the archer didn't die, his turbid body was still sent flying. At the same time, an orange beam of light shot straight at the archer's face, aiming straight at his face. Boom! Following the explosion, the super railgun landed on the archer's body at zero distance without any deviation, causing a fiery explosion in midair. In an instant, black dirt flew out from the flames and scattered in all directions. It dripped onto the ground, causing a burst of smoke to rise from the ground. Wu Yan, Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Badget, who had a perfect teamwork, felt their hearts skip a beat as they looked at the corner of the sky that was covered in flames. Chapter 1546. Did you win? No one cared who asked this question. That was because everyone else also had the same question in their hearts. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget didn't feel the slightest bit of joy as they looked at the sky that was covered in flames and residual electricity. Although everyone wanted to take out the archer that way, if it was that easy, the four of them wouldn't have needed to work together. And the truth was just as everyone had expected. When the flames dissipated along with the wind and waves, what appeared in front of everyone's eyes was an incomparably huge object. It was a giant shield that looked like a stone statue without a head and limbs, with only a torso left. Its entire body was irregularly round, and its surface was engraved with patterns that resembled wings. However, he estimated that this huge shield was at least 10 meters tall and about the same width. It was a genuine huge shield. Needless to say, this must also be an archer's precious artifact. He even has a defensive relic? Bajit's face turned ugly. How many relics does this hero's spirit have? Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto didn't answer. Instead, they stared at the shield with the same solemn expression. The shield slowly dissipated like dust and disappeared into the void. It should have returned to the gate of Babylon. Behind the shield, Archer, whose hands and chest had been cut off by Hinajaku, had fully recovered from the fatal wound on his chest. His dark face was ferocious as he roared furiously. Ah! Archer let out a sharp whistle from his throat and stared at Wu Yan with his non-existent eyes. Even the strongest heroic spirit in the legends, the oldest and oldest king, was only left with his instincts. However, with this little bit of instinct, it was still possible to distinguish who was the most harmful existence to him. The legendary hero king's strength wasn't that great. Among all the heroic spirits, although it was impossible to say that any one of them would be able to defeat the archer, the heroic spirits ranked at the top would still be able to defeat the archer. It wasn't that difficult. The real reason why the archer could claim the title of the strongest heroic spirit was because of the archer's inexhaustible treasure vault. Without the treasures of the Gate of Babylon and the treasures inside, the ancient king was just a heroic spirit that could barely be considered a first-rate hero spirit. Therefore, Wu Yan, who had just frozen the entrance of his precious artifact, was undoubtedly the greatest threat to Archer. Archer, who was only left with his instincts, chose to attack Wu Yan without hesitation. Ding 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 ding. Then, the sound of light collisions, like the ringing of silver bells, reverberated from the turbid black mud and entered everyone's ears. The muddy black mud rose up into the air like a tidal wave. It smelled like a sticky iron sand wave. Dozens of chains that were dozens of meters long suddenly shot out from the muddy black mud. They pierced through the air and shot towards Wu Yan. That's... Wu Yan frowned and waved his hand. In the space behind him, purple magic arrays fluctuated, and light clashing sounds reverberated. Immediately afterward, the commandment lock, which was glowing with a purple light, rushed out of the magic arrays and intertwined with the incoming chains like a spider web. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. However, Wu Yan didn't only have the discipline lock, Nagisa. Agurola, lend me your power again, muttering in a voice that only he could hear. Wu Yan raised his hands as if he was hugging a ball. His 5 fingers were facing each other. Then, a vast amount of magic power surged out and it turned into icy air under the influence of a mystical power. It swirled around Wu Yan's palm and it formed a sphere. Grabbing the cold sphere in his hand, he tossed it into the air. Bang! The ball exploded the moment it was in the air. It exploded into tiny ice particles that fell on the black mud that controlled the archer's noble artifact. Under such circumstances, any black mud that came into contact with the ice particles would be frozen bit by the hard ice. Suddenly, the archer let out a mournful roar. As soon as the roar ended, a figure appeared directly above its head. Her yellow-green pupils glinted coldly, the white cherry sword in her hand glinted coldly. Hinagiku thrusted her sword forward, slicing through the atmosphere without hesitation. With a swoosh, the sword pierced through one of the archer's eyeballs. Pfff, a crisp tearing sound was heard, and the murky black mud also burst out like a black rain, exploding in all directions. Under such a heavy attack, the archer was furious. It opened its mouth and roared. With a roar, the archer extended his hand into the space, causing black ripples and black mud-like objects to splatter in all directions. Not far away, Wu Yan had a bad feeling about this and he yelled at Hinagiku. "Chuju! Come back!" Unfortunately, it was a little too late. In the muddy water, the archer seemed to have caught something and pulled out a huge scythe. Pfff. In the next second, the archer grinned sinisterly and swung his scythe. The blood energy scythe attached to the scythe slashed through the air like a flash of red lightning, heading straight for Hinagiku, who had a slightly changed expression. "Careful!" Seeing the blood-red scythe flying towards Chuju, Mikoto cried out. From the energy scythe, Mikoto could clearly feel the power it contained. No matter who was hit by it, it wouldn't be easy. Wu Yan was the first to notice the danger of the energy scythe. Naturally, he wouldn't let Chuju get hit by it. He didn't have time to say anything and use space transfer. Leaving behind an afterimage, he disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Chuju. Explode! Facing the powerful energy scythe, Wu Yan's body erupted with a strange power. What kind of strange power is this? No one at the scene knows. Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget only knew that when they came back to their senses, the world in front of them was covered by a blood-red light. Wang, dense blood light suddenly appeared and unreasonably occupied the entire mirror realm, illuminating every corner of the mirror realm. The blood-red light is thick, it's as thick as real blood. However, looking at this bloody light that was no different from blood, no one present felt a chill down their spines. Instead, they felt that this bloody light contained a mysterious and charming aura. Bam! Then, such a muffled sound suddenly rang out. He saw that the energy scythe that was previously filled with terrifying power directly trembled in the air and exploded into light spots that scattered all over the place. Seeing this, Mikoto was stunned, Badget was stunned, and even the archer with the giant scythe seemed to be stunned. No one reacted. What's going on? At the same time, the thick mysterious blood-red light in the air gradually dimmed. It didn't take long for the situation inside to be revealed. There, Hinagiku was holding white cherry in her hand, her body unharmed, without a single scratch. In front of Chuju, Wu Yan is standing there. No. He's standing there in the air. His hand is stretched out and clenched into a fist. It's like he's holding something. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes are a lot redder than usual. There's even a hint of arrogance in them. It was only now that Hinagiku, Mikoto, and Badget realized that something was wrong. On Wu Yan's back, there's a pair of bat-like wings, but they're extremely broken. It's like a part of the wings was intentionally torn off. Chapter 1547. At this moment, the entire mirror world seemed to be dyed red, the space was slightly distorted, the air was getting thicker and thicker, plus the blood-red color. It gave people the feeling of being in a sea of blood. And the person who ruled this sea of blood was the figure that left the ground and floated in the air. It was still the same black clothes, the same outfit, but the pair of deep wine-red eyes that were usually reflected in the depths were now almost crimson red. The depth disappeared and was replaced by an oppressive aura of bloodiness and madness. A pair of pitch-black wings that looked like bat wings undulated slightly behind him, as if he was bathing in a sea of blood. The surface of the wings was tattered and looked somewhat unbearable to look at, but it also seemed to be the way it should be. It added to the oppressive feeling of arrogance. Looking at the figure floating in the air, Bajit's eyes couldn't help but tremble, her face was full of shock. Death Apostle, yes. Although this form wasn't 100% similar, Bajit, as the designated executor of the seal, saw the oppressive aura of blood. It wasn't the first time she saw it. It was exactly the same as those death apostles who had been drinking human blood to increase the number of their companions. Even if the appearance was different, the feeling wouldn't lie. The man in front of her who suddenly changed is definitely a dangerous person. At least, that's what Bajit thought, Yen. As for Chuju and Mikoto, seeing this form of Wu Yen, she felt a bit relieved. Compared to the normal Wu Yen, the Wu Yen in front of her at most had a darker color in his eyes and a pair of broken wings on his back. It wasn't a big deal. But Chuju and Mikoto, who were familiar with Wu Yen, knew. The current Wu Yen could already use a dangerous ability that would make anyone tremble in fear. Bajit's feeling. It wasn't an illusion. Second red jade mode, looking up, Wu Yan's scarlet eyes looked straight at the archer. Activate, Surrounded by pitch-black mist of magic and surrounded by pitch-black mud, the archer held an energy scythe in his hand. He roared at Wu Yen. That voice was exactly the same as before. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that there was something else in this roar that was exactly the same as before, a little hesitation, or rather, a little fear. The archer's beast-like roar sounded like a bluff now. He stared straight at the archer who was roaring at him. A bloody light flashed in Wu Yan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved into a cruel arc. He stretched out his hand, and a scarlet ball of light flickered on his palm. It flew into the air and turned into a huge scarlet net that was dozens of meters wide. Go! Wu Yan mumbled. He waved his hand and a crimson net descended from the sky. It enveloped the archer's murky black body. The sudden restraint caused the archer to go crazy. He started to struggle without caring about the consequences. However, if the archer used his noble phantasm, he might be able to cut the net open. However, with its own strength, no matter how much it struggled, the huge net was like a maggot in its bones, firmly adhering to its muddy body and firmly trapping it. Wu Yan's crimson eyes narrowed into a happy arc when he saw this. It was a subconscious emotion. He's not sure if it's due to the influence of Flander-chan or the owner of the Red Jade mode. Wu Yan felt like he's getting a bit more violent. Driven by such feelings, Wu Yan flicked his finger. The forbidden cranberry trap. As his voice faded, a row of dazzling light bullets appeared in the air in front of Wu Yan. They extended and turned into light vines that descended from the sky. Then, like whips, the vines landed on the archer's body with a shrill cry. Thud. Amidst the miserable howls of the archer, a terrifying impact landed on the archer's body, causing the archer to go crazy. From the black mud around him, an ice-cold chain was flung out, turning into a black shadow as it lashed forward. Seeing this, Wu Yan stretched out his hand again and flicked his finger. This time, only one light bullet was ejected. The light bullets were the same as the previous ones, transforming into the shape of vines. They swept down like lightning and collided with the archer's chain. Bam! The vine-shaped whip of light collided with the archer's chain in midair. Like two cannonballs crashing into each other, Smoke and fire burst into the air. Through the smoke and fire, Wu Yan fixed his gaze on the roaring archer. Once again, he stretched out his hand, but this time, Wu Yan's hand formed a claw, as if he's grabbing the archer's body, very tightly, a grip, bam. In the next moment, the archer's roar came to a halt. His body suddenly swelled up, and with a muffled sound, he exploded into a cloud of black mud. Amidst the splattered black mud, a card floated above the archer's original position. There was no warning at all. There was no warning at all. There was no warning at all. The King of Heroes, who was known as the strongest heroic spirit, was crushed in the blink of an eye. Wah! Badget's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. She was stunned. We did it. Chuju and Mikoto were overjoyed. Phew. Wu Yan's expression also relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief. As expected, even a peak Tier 8 powerhouse was not enough to look directly at the eye of an existence, transfer the eye into one's hand, and crush it to destroy everything in its path. Flanderchan's ability is indeed a cheat when compared to other combatants of the same tier. This time, the archer shouldn't be able to repair his body, right? After all, he's already crushed to pieces. Argh! Just as this thought flashed through their minds, a familiar roar echoed in everyone's mind. The four of them turned pale. They tried their best to look forward. Almost at the same time, the black mist in front of them began to swirl and converge towards a certain direction. That direction was where the archer card was supposed to be. The tornado-like dark magic fog gradually disappeared into the archer's rank card at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it became thinner. And where the card was, a layer of turbid black mud slowly emerged, as if there was a spring in the sewer. That's Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Badget shuddered. It's still not dead? Sigh, sigh. Wu Yan sighed helplessly. It's not that simple, huh? Of course, no matter how difficult it was, the black, filthy soil that was wriggling and emitting a disgusting smell wouldn't tell anyone. Amidst a series of strange noises, the squirming black mud stacked on top of the archer, rank card and covered it up, forming a human figure. A while later, the archer returned to the battlefield without a single scratch on his body. Argh! It's still the same roar. However, when they heard that roar, everyone's heart sank. Chapter 1548. It can't be defeated. It can't be killed. Thanks to Flanderchan's ruby mode, Wu Yan can defeat the archer by himself. However, the archer's body is being repaired by the mana mist. Even if he can defeat the archer, he won't be able to defeat the archer. Wu Yan finally understood the feeling of helplessness that Badget felt when she faced him. He also understood the feeling of those who treated the true ancestors and undead creatures as their opponents. Tough. Too tough. Don't think that you'll be fine. Wu Yan's scarlet eyes glinted in anger. He raised his palm and reached for the archer. Even the true ancestors can be killed. I don't believe that a heroic spirit like you who doesn't even have the body of a wolf can keep resurrecting. Then, as if to vent his anger, a strange wave of energy started to take effect on his palm. It's like he's holding an invisible black hole that's sucking in something. A doubt. The archer was trying to get something out of his prized treasure vault. But one of them needed to take it. The other needed to grab it. It was obvious who was faster, too slow. Along with this sentence, the hand emitting a strange wave of energy clenched tightly. Bam! Just like what happened before, the archer didn't even have time to react. As soon as the hand clenched, the archer's body swelled and exploded. Similarly, the surroundings. The black magical mist. Once again, they gathered at the archer's original location. It's not over yet. Looking at the archer who is still in a humanoid form, Wu Yan reached out with both of his hands. The archer is surrounded by a dark mist of magic power. He aimed at the ball of mud at the center of the magic vortex. He clenched his hand continuously. Bam! 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 Instantly. In the entire space of the mirror world, the sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The explosions turned into echoes in the not-so-spacious basement like firecrackers. Badget looked at Wu Yan, who kept clenching his fists at the void. Every time he clenched his fists, the archer would explode. She couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. If Wu Yan didn't use the legendary magic spear that could kill in one shot but this move that could make the opponent explode, Badget would have no chance of winning. After all, no matter how proficient Badget was in using the flagellac, she still needed a very short time to prepare. And no matter how short the preparation time was, it would be shorter than the speed of a person clenching his hand. At that time, if Wu Yan used this ability, Badget wouldn't even have time to use the flagellac before she exploded and died. Badget's resurrection rune wouldn't work against this kind of power that could make the opponent explode. Badget's resurrection rune magic was activated the moment her heart stopped beating, but it couldn't be resurrected under any circumstances. For example, if Badget's head was chopped off, the resurrection rune wouldn't be able to connect her head back to her neck. Therefore, even if the resurrection rune was activated the moment her heart stopped beating, Badget would die again in less than a second. As for her body exploding, it would be even more impossible to reverse the situation. Who the hell is this man? Badget clenched her fists as cold sweat dripped down her face. Is there a death apostle with such a terrifying ability? Chuju and Mikoto, who heard Badget's subconscious words, looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Didn't we already say that? Wu Yan wasn't a death apostle. Bang! After exploding the archer, Wu Yan finally stopped what he was doing. He panted as he stared at the archer's location. As usual, the pitch-black mana mist was slowly gathering there, preparing to repair the archer's destroyed body. A heroic spirit that used a class card to materialize didn't have a real body to begin with. As long as there was a class card, the dark magic fog would be able to use the class card as a medium to repair the archer's body. It must have been repaired at least 100 times, right? Wu Yan calmed himself down as he stared at the archer that was about to take shape again with the help of the dark magic mist. This is never-ending. At this moment, Wu Yan suddenly noticed something. The black mist that was healing the archers seemed to have thinned out a lot. This stunned Wu Yan for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Oh, right. Even if the archer could use the mana mist to heal himself and revive himself countless times, the mana mist was still a mana mist, and it was limited in the end. If he continued to repair the archers like this, he would run out sooner or later. At that time, even if the archer wanted to revive, he wouldn't be able to. Realizing this, Wu Yan's expression became better. Then, I'll finish you off as soon as possible. However, Wu Yan's plan was destined to fail. As if Archer, who had just repaired his torso, head, and one of his hands, while the other hand and the lower half of his body hadn't been repaired yet, let out an unprecedentedly ferocious and shrill cry. The murky black mud on his body was like boiling water, violently rippling. As if it was filled with anger, resentment, and madness, the archer let out a sharp roar. Ignoring his body that was still recovering, he extended his hand forward. The black mud under the archer's body immediately gathered under the archer's outstretched hand. Like the surface of a boiling water, traces of mud flowed out. Following that, a sword slowly rose from the black mud. It was a very strange sword. The hilt of the sword was golden in color, and the sword's end was made up of 3 silkworm-like pieces stacked together. The silkworm-like pieces unfolded on the left side of the sword's end, and they were covered with strange patterns. As for the blade, it was the strangest part. It was not sharp and flat. Instead, it was made up of 3 cylindrical rotating blades that were connected to each other. On top of the black cylindrical blade, there were lines of red lines spreading out, forming a very mysterious pattern. That's... Wu Yan's body shook when he saw the strange sword rising from the murky black mud. Could it be, what's that? Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Badget were puzzled. Soon after, the hand in front of him grasped the hilt of the strangely shaped sword. Bzzz. The 3 pitch-black cylindrical blades covered with red veins rubbed against each other in different directions as they spun rapidly. Moreover, they spun faster and faster, to the point that they emitted a sharp screeching sound produced by the violent friction of metal, which resounded throughout the entire space. The space suddenly trembled, and bursts of red air burst out from all directions, all flowing into the gaps between the 3 cylindrical rotating blades, and it continued to flow. In an instant, the entire mirror realm was filled with red streams of air like a typhoon. The space trembled, the ground collapsed, even the sky and earth screamed as if they couldn't bear the burden. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget were alarmed, a deadly sense of danger rose in their hearts. Chapter 1549. At the same time, in the real world. Ever since Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget entered the mirror realm, Livia has been standing in the same spot without moving. She crossed her arms and closed her eyes, waiting for the situation to unfold. Compared to Livia, Rin and Osaka looked calm on the surface, but he didn't stand there obediently. Instead, he paced back and forth in the small basement, his gaze drifting to a certain spot from time to time. That's where Wu Yan, Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Badget used to enter the mirror world when they opened the passage to the void domain. If the 4 of them returned, the portal to the mirror realm would open there as well. Wu Yan and the others would return to the real world from there as well. Time passed bit by bit as Livia waited patiently and Rin Tobin paced back and forth. About half an hour has passed since Wu Yan and the others entered the mirror realm. Usually, if both sides were evenly matched in strength, it would take a long time for the battle to end. But no matter how long it took, half an hour, it was still too slow. After all, high-level battles are ever-changing. Even if the battle was slow, it wouldn't take long for the outcome to be decided. Besides, who knows if Wu Yan and the others' opponents were on par with them. Half an hour has passed and they still haven't returned. That's a bit too long. Of course, if Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget died in the mirror realm, the portal to the void realm wouldn't open by itself. Their corpses would be sent out. That way, Rin Enbin and Livia wouldn't be able to wait any longer. Time slowly passed. It didn't slow down according to other people's moods. It just passed by mercilessly. Finally, in the unbearable silence of death, Livia took out her pocket watch. She glanced at it. She muttered. Too slow. Maybe the opponent this time is really hard to deal with. Rin Enbin stopped in his tracks, a worried expression appearing on his face. However, with the 4 of them working together, there shouldn't be any problem. That's true. Livia closed her pocket watch and continued looking forward. No matter if it's that man, Chuju, or Mikoto, each of them is strong enough to fight against a heroic spirit. Coupled with Badget, who has a noble phantasm, no matter how weak they are, they won't be killed by a heroic spirit who doesn't use a noble phantasm, right? That's great. Rin and Osaka sighed. Let's hope that the opponent is just a little difficult to deal with. That's why I wasted so much time. Unfortunately, Rin and Osaka and Livia were too naive in their thinking. The opponent this time wasn't just a little difficult to deal with. Instead, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Furthermore, it was not only difficult to deal with, it also possessed a power that could not be ignored. Rin and Osaka and Livia didn't know what was going on in the mirror realm, but they had a bad feeling about it. Buzz! At this moment, in front of the basement, an intricate geometric pattern flickered from the ground, accompanied by a burst of colorful light, and began to rotate. They're back. Rin and Osaka and Livia's eyes lit up. They both started running towards the colorful formation. After running for a while, the two girls froze on the spot. Their relaxed expressions froze as well. This was because the group of people who had emerged from the colorful magic array were all sitting on the ground in a sorry state. Their faces were slightly pale, and they were gasping for breath. They didn't look like they just came back victorious. Furthermore, they didn't look like they just came back victorious. They were talking to each other. Are we back? While panting, Hinajuku scanned her surroundings, her face slowly regaining its color. That's great, seriously. Mikoto patted her head, her face was covered in sweat. I almost lost my life, just now. Badget's face turned pale, she was shocked. Just now, what was that? Heh. Wu Yan, who had reverted back to his original form, stood up and forced a smile. Maybe it's hell. Rin and Osaka and Livia understood what happened after hearing this. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget didn't even finish off their opponents. They took back their rank cards. They ran back. Even the four of them managed to escape back after going into battle. Livia's face darkened. Just how scary are our opponents this time? I don't know. Rin and Osaka forced a smile. I only know that our lives won't be peaceful from now on. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. It couldn't be helped, they had indeed escaped from the hands of the archers. To be more precise, they ran back from the archer's sword. Under the summoning of the archer, the sword that came out of nowhere, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Badget didn't recognize it, but Wu Yan knew where it came from. That sword doesn't have a name. Hero King Gilgamesh named it Obedient Parting Sword. It's also called EA. In the Hero King's treasure of the king, there were tens of thousands of treasures. They were endless, and it was impossible to count them all. But among all the treasures, Obedient Parting Sword is the strongest. But EA's was the strongest. This was because it was a true divine artifact that was able to cut open the world in the ancient times. It was a precious artifact that could cut open the world. Of course, the real Obedient Parting Sword? Wu Yan didn't know if EA really had the power to cut open the world like the legend said. Using Obedient Parting Sword on an archer? Wu Yan didn't know if he could block EA's attack. But in the mirror world, the archer used Obedient Parting Sword? The real name, EA, had indeed cut open the entire mirror realm. That's right. He used Red Jade mode to suppress the archer, but the only reason he managed to escape with Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Badget is because the mirror world was sliced open. That's why, before the archer unleashed his strongest noble phantasm, Wu Yan had no choice but to bring the three girls and run back to where they came from. After all, even if he could block the attack that cut open the world and the mirror world, he wouldn't be able to survive in the mirror world that was on the verge of destruction. When the archer cut open the mirror world, he didn't even get to see the surface of the mirror and ran away in a sorry state. That's why I said a lunatic without a wolf is scary. Wu Yan sighed. Now, the archer must have been banished into the space turbulence and obliterated into nothingness. His class card must have been destroyed too, right? Yen. Chuju and Mikoto thought of the same thing and walked to Wu Yan's side. I'm fine. Wu Yan shook his head and took a deep breath when he saw the worried looks on the two girls' faces. Don't worry, I haven't given up yet. Only then did Hinajuku and Mikoto's expressions lighten up and they nodded. No matter what. Badget stood up and calmed herself down. She glanced at the others. We can't defeat a monster like that no matter how many of us there are. That's for sure. Rin and Osaka and Livia looked at each other and fell silent. Even though I don't know how scary this monster that even Badget thinks is a monster is, but since the four of them managed to escape together, it's not too much to draw such a conclusion. Let's go back. Badget turned around with her dusty and torn suit. As for the Flagellac cylinder, it was long lost in the mirror realm that was split into two. Everyone at the scene had an indescribable oppressive atmosphere. They silently turned around and walked towards the stairs leading to the underground passage. Crack, suddenly, such a voice reverberated in the surroundings. Crack. 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 Crack, strange cracking sounds were heard and everyone's footsteps were rooted to the ground. They couldn't move anymore. Chapter 1550. Bang! The group of people who had not reacted at all had just realized that something was wrong when the sound of glass shattering entered their ears. Immediately after, a violent gust of wind suddenly blew from behind the group of people. Like a shock wave, it spread out in an instant and hit the whole place. The sudden gust of wind caught everyone off guard. Their bodies were almost blown away. When they finally managed to stabilize themselves, they turned their heads and looked in the direction of the gust of wind. An expression of shock appeared on everyone's face. Kacha! 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 The sound of glass shattering continued. The violent wind continued to blow. In this not-so-spacious basement, the wall at the front was slowly crumbling. The shockwave was caused by the shockwave. However, the scene of glass shattering didn't happen on the wall. It happened on the space. The space at the front of the basement was gradually breaking down like a piece of glass. No. It wasn't just the space that was breaking down. Some pitch-black substance was seeping out of the broken space like water. Wah! Seeing such a scene, everyone present stood up in shock. Could it be? Wu Yan raised his hand to block the incoming shockwave. He stared at the pitch-black substance seeping out of the broken space. His wine-red eyes were full of waves. It's not over yet? Bang! Under the gaze of everyone present, the shattered space once again cracked open, making the glass-like spatial crack even bigger. It was pitch black inside, like a black hole, which made people's hair stand on end. Within the pitch-black spatial crack, a pitch-black substance that resembled flowing water gradually condensed. In the end, it transformed into a turbid being. A pitch-black humanoid figure, the pitch-black humanoid monster was slowly turning a sword in its hand. The body of the sword was made up of 3 cylindrical blades covered with red veins, and the mouth of the sword opened like a cocoon. The strange-looking sword raised its head and opened its mouth. It was laughing. Astonishingly. It was an archer. Job rank, archer, it only existed in the mirror world of the imaginary domain. It used the passage of the imaginary domain to absorb mana from the earth veins. A heroic spirit that maintained its form and power came to the real world of the imaginary domain. How is this possible? Chuju, Mikoto, and Badget were in disbelief. This. Rin and Osaka and Livia stared at the archer in shock. What is this? A monster? Wind waves. Wu Yan finally noticed. The shockwave that came out of the spatial crack was all red. Wu Yan thought of something. He quickly turned his attention to the cylindrical sword in the archer's hand. Don't tell me this guy used that sword to cut open the passage from the imaginary domain to the real domain at the moment when the mirror realm was about to collapse and ran over here by himself? It's not impossible. Since the precious artifact that had once been used to split the heavens and earth and cut open the world could cut open the entire mirror world, then opening a passage between the 2 worlds was just a matter of raising one's hand. No matter what, it's still a legendary relic that can cut open the world. The truth was similar to Wu Yan's guess. At the moment when the mirror realm was about to crumble, the archer once again swung out his obedient parting sword. He cut open the passage that Wu Yan and the others used to return to the real world. Then, he came to the real world where the corrupted heroic spirits would never set foot. What kind of joke is this? As he said this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on everyone's face. Cutting open the world and coming to the real world from the other side. It's a feat that only exists in myths and legends. Most of the gods could not do it. Perhaps, only the most powerful heroic spirit, the most ancient king, could do it. The archer grinned as if he was laughing. Other than Wu Yan, who jumped in front of the girls to protect them, the rest of the people could not move. Whoosh. A layer of pitch black mud suddenly rolled out from under the archer's body. From within, a huge shadow suddenly shot out and flew into the air. The shadow then stopped in midair. Everyone almost reflexively raised their heads and looked at the sky. What they saw was a huge jet-black spaceship that looked like a fighter jet. This pitch-black flying ship was also a precious artifact. Bang! Archer stomped on the ground and leaped into the air, landing on the pitch-black spaceship. Like the sound of a bugle horn, under the roar of the archer, the pitch-black spaceship shook violently and turned around. It turned into a black shadow and shot towards the entrance of the underground tunnel, above the surface. It wants to go to the ground? Rin and Osaka exclaimed in shock. You must be lying, right? Livia panicked and lost her head out of fear. A darkened spirit who had lost its wolf ran to the densely populated Fuyuki city. There was no doubt that Fuyuki city would suffer the bloodiest massacre and become a complete hell. Moreover, it was the most basic principle of magic to not let magic be exposed to the public. If such a monster were to run into the densely populated real world, it would definitely become the culprit that exposed the mystery of magic. No matter how you look at it, you can't let this spirit enter Fuyuki city. You guys. Wu Yan stepped forward when he understood the situation. Put your hands on my shoulders. Hearing this, the girls were stunned. Chuju and Mikoto were the first to react. They seemed to know what Wu Yan was going to do. Without hesitation, they put their hands on Wu Yan's shoulders. Rin Enbin and Livia seemed to have noticed something as well and immediately put their hands on his shoulders. Bajet hesitated for a moment, but she was also a decisive person. She reached out her hand and put it on Wu Yan's shoulder. Soon after, the six of them disappeared from the messy basement as if they had merged with the space amidst a wave of delicate magic energy. Fuyuki City, beach, bang, in a loud explosion, the entrance of the underground tunnel surrounding the construction wall exploded. A pitch-black shadow shot out from the entrance of the underground tunnel and soared into the starry night sky. A spatial ripple suddenly spread out from the beach around the underground tunnel entrance. By the time it dissipated, a couple of figures had already appeared at this place. Where's that monster? Rin Enbin didn't see the power of the archer, but he didn't hesitate to call it a monster. One can only imagine what kind of impression the archer has in Rin Enbin's mind. He was able to force back Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Bajet. He even broke through the mirror realm and came to this world. There. Beside them, Livia quickly scanned her surroundings. Her eyes stopped abruptly in mid-air and she pointed upwards. Then, everyone saw what happened next. In the sky above the beach, a dark spaceship was circling around for a bit before flying towards a certain direction. That's Fuyuki City's downtown area. Quick! Stop it! Rin Enbin and Livia yelled at the same time. Wu Yan's eyes flashed. He turned around and teleported again. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of the archer on the dark spaceship. The archer felt a hand pressing on his head. Then, he lost consciousness. Under the watchful eyes of the people below, the pitch-black spaceship suddenly disappeared in mid-air without a trace. Chapter 1551. On the surface of the sea, the waves were not turbulent, nor were they loud and powerful. They only maintained an extremely small wave as they surged towards the beach not far away. The surface of the sea could not be considered calm, but neither could it be considered surging. It could only be considered rather tranquil. However, this tranquility was soon broken mercilessly. Boom! In the sky above the sea, a pitch-black spaceship suddenly appeared here without warning, and under the impact of violent magic, it fell straight into the sea like a falling plane. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a huge splash was created on the quiet surface of the sea, where a huge object was thrown into. Then, the water dripped back down to the surface of the sea. Bang! However, before the splashes could return to the surface of the sea, a violent shockwave erupted from the place where the black spaceship fell, blowing away the surrounding water and creating an even larger splash. Then, a black archer jumped out from the sea and landed on the surface of the sea. At the place where the archers stepped on, a layer of murky black mud spread out and polluted a small part of the clear sea. It was like a stepping board, becoming the archer's foothold. He raised his head and looked at the floating figure in the air. The archer who knocked him into the water let out an angry and grudgeful cry. Under the archer's body, the murky black mud that was spreading on the surface of the sea responded to the archer's roar and started to shake rapidly. In the air, Wu Yan was also aware of the violent black mud. Immediately, he clenched his fist, and a wave of demonic energy gushed out from his hand. The demonic energy in his body was being frantically extracted at this moment, gathering in his hand as if it was free. As the mana in his body surged out and poured into his hand, Lin Yun's mana continuously poured into his hand. The mana flowing through Wu Yan's body gradually became warmer. It continued to climb. When the mana flow stopped abruptly, the mana flowing from Wu Yan's body was like steam, rising into the sky. The heat that leaked out. It caused the surrounding atmosphere to become distorted. Look down. Kiran looked at the archer who was stepping on the surface of the sea. The murky mud under the archer's body was splashing mud everywhere. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, causing fear in people's hearts. Arg har, the archer raised his head, his pitch-black face was filled with malevolence and insanity. With a shout, a giant sword came out of the boiling black mud and it shot towards Wu Yan. That is a real huge sword. Its length is at least 40 to 50 meters, and its width is at least 2 to 3 meters. It's a huge sword comparable to the height of a skyscraper. Xiao, a sharp sonic boom cut through the air like a beam of light. The huge sword was like a mountain falling from the sky, bringing with it a scalp-numbing gust of wind. It dragged a long shadow as it shot into the air. Titan's hand awakened. Looking at the approaching huge sword, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he felt the wind coming from above. The mana on his body exploded, and the steam turned into a whirlpool, dyeing it a fiery red color. The fiery red whirlpool floated high in the air. After a moment, it suddenly trembled, and a huge fiery red arm that was not inferior to the huge sword suddenly emerged from the fiery red whirlpool. That posture was like a giant that had awakened from a volcano and was about to come out of the volcano. Its momentum was incomparably terrifying. Go! With a cold shout, Wu Yan waved his hand, and the huge fiery red arm immediately imitated Wu Yan's movement. With the fiery red whirlpool as a fulcrum, it violently swung it. The giant sword and the giant arm were both extremely terrifying attacks. Like a storm, huge waves were set off on the surface of the sea. A gust of wind blew against the atmosphere. In the end, like two meteorites, they violently collided with each other. Bang! At the moment of contact, a thunderous noise and shock waves were set off like the sea below, setting off stormy waves and exploding in midair. Below, the surface of the sea also seemed to have been sunk by a mountain. Shocking waves swept up and surged in all directions. During the impact, the waves covered the sky, and even the full moon hanging high in the night sky was covered at this moment. After nearly 10 minutes, it gradually dissipated. From this momentum, it could be seen that if the previous two attacks had exploded in the city center of Fuyuki City, many buildings would have been blown away in a very short time, or even raze Fuyuki City to the ground. Such a terrifying destructive power was rarely seen even in a decisive battle between heroic spirit experts. As the shockwaves that permeated the air slowly dissipated, the figures of the two people who were covered by the wind and waves also slowly appeared. At this time, the archer was a little better. Although his dark body was a little messy, at least he wasn't hurt. On the other hand, Wu Yan, who was hovering in the air, had a pale face. Even his aura had been greatly reduced in the previous collision. It was obvious that the archer had the upper hand in the clash just now. Phew. In the air, Wu Yan let out a deep breath, allowing his body to recover freely. His face automatically returned to normal, and he looked at the archer, who was shouting excitedly below. Sure enough, without using the ruby mode, it's more or less difficult to fight the narcissist king alone. In fact, after the revived Titan's hand and the greatsword were in a deadlock for a while, the greatsword cut it in half. The greatsword didn't slow down in the slightest as it sliced through the wind and reached Wu Yan. Wu Yan, who was about to be crushed into pieces, took out the fantasy killer from his gate of Babylon in time to nullify the greatsword that is a noble artifact. That's how he managed to avoid the fate of being crushed into pieces. Of course, when he took out the fantasy killer, Wu Yan's flying skill and mana were almost destroyed. Therefore, after destroying the greatsword, Wu Yan immediately threw it back into the gate of Babylon. Normal means are not enough to deal with the narcissist king. Looking at the archer on the sea, Wu Yan made this judgment on the spot. The legendary hero king in front of him, with the help of the extravagant fighting style of the nouveau riche, is definitely the strongest peak of tier 8 that Wu Yan has seen so far. Now that he is limited to level 75, if he does not use the ruby mode and use his trump card, Wu Yan will not be able to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. But, since we're here, there's no need to hide anymore. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a golden light, and then his eyes turned into a bright golden color. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for escaping from that cage that was so easy to break. After saying that, Wu Yan mobilized the mana in his body and transferred it all to one of his hands. In an instant, the arm that had absorbed the vast amount of mana seemed to have been cooked. A stream of air was emitted from it, and it turned pitch black at a speed visible to the naked eye. It then climbed up the blood-red veins. The next moment, the stream of air emitted from the pitch-black arm turned into a blood-red mist. The archer's roar came to an abrupt end, as if it was stuck in his throat. He could not make a sound. He could only squeeze out a few low growls. It seems that the archer's instincts told him that his life was in danger. Without any hesitation, the archer let out a sharp cry and a strangely familiar-looking sword slowly floated out from the black mud below him. Obedient parting sword? EA. The previously surging waves seemed to have been flattened by a big hand. It was dead silent. In the space, all the wind and waves have disappeared. Between heaven and earth, a sense of oppression pervaded the air, proving that the next collision will be extraordinary. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.